agree. I think I've met some top quartile and D2C Insider absolutely lead this revolution.
Always very excited to meet fellow founders, very senior people from the industry. It's all learning and meeting experience and it's been great. It has been so energetic, so great.
Amazing. Didn't know that Bombay event could be so successful. But who thought that we will have 280 phenomenal founders to be a part of this amazing evening? And we had six brands present in front of about 25 investors, all relevant to the D2C ecosystem. I'm Vikas Dinar, founder of Happilo. Fantastic being here at the D2C Internet event. Great crowd here, great brands, great enablers, great partners, and fantastic tools. Tinder is outdated because we've got something special for you. It's called speed networking. Look at this. We have about 50 D2C entrepreneurs speed networking here and exchanging ideas, building relationships, and figuring out what's the good ideas to take from each other and what we can learn together. So, I, I, inside. Set up big virtual expanded discussions, shows, and think how to do a lot for unfunded. Seven what? Insider search. My first D2C Insider event, and the community is electrifying. I think there's a strong movement here. And at the heart of it, world take notice. D2C Insider is here. A lot of people say Bangalore is all about tech, but we really saw the B2C buzz in the ecosystem. We had the best investors, the best enablers, the best founders. And the great part about B2C Insider is that everyone feels safe as a community. We feel safe to share. I had more than 15 founders come to me and say, "So I don't want money. I don't want money. Actually, the advice on the specific problems." It's an amazing ideas, collaboration that we have at B2C. Incredible crowd, credible energy. What luck should be having that DTCC actually made Bangalore chapter. It was lovely interacting with so many brilliant minds and it was humbling as well. See, they know every category is going to open up, new brands being born and leaving a legacy behind for consumers in the future to enjoy and cherish. So all the best to all the founders listening, and if we can play a small part in helping you with your success, we'd be so happy as Shopify. Thank you. Huge kudos to the D2C Insider community for putting this out. So one of the best actually, but that's what's created. I see that there are four consular people in the community doing it. So all of these are parents. D2C Insider has been a phenomenal partner of the ecosystem, right? And they have been there to support the entrepreneurs. We are just enablers. We are trying to do our best to get these founders along in the journey. And frankly, there is literally no community that I've been a part of that's like D2C Insider. That and CXO chapter that he's doing three chapters. I think he's doing about four chapters. Calcutta one is yet to happen. So it was Delhi, Bombay, Bangalore. It was of course a banking. He said partner with the brands and the entire. See,
अजय आ रहे हैं? अजय तो है? Please come in. We want to start the event now. Close the door otherwise, right? Would request all of us to settle down, please. We'll get started. Let's just wait for 30 more seconds. Aman, Aman, on the stage. Aman. All right. Good afternoon to all of you. Right? सबने खाना खाया? पेट वेट भरा भरा? Right? All of you are full now. Right? I think there are 5 brilliant pitches who want to ensure just that. Right? But welcome to the next segment of the day, which is the Pitchathon. Right? Uh, no, I came from a corporate world and did not know much about D2C ecosystem a year back or just more than a year back, right? But there is some incredible work happening in India, right? There is business happening, growth happening in all parts of the country. There are people in tier 3 towns in Gujarat, right, selling up to, let's say, 20 lakhs per day on their own platform. Right? That's incredible stories, right? There are people who are from absolutely zero idea about tech background, are building tech products. There are people who have never done BPC but are trying to figure out a niche for themselves, right? So there is incredible work happening in India, right? क्योंकि इंडिया में सब कुछ धंधा करना आता है, right? धंधा करने का जोश सबके है. Am I right here? Right? All of us like the feel of कि हम धंधा कर रहे हैं, हम लोग business बनाएंगे, right? That feeling is what gave birth to us, all of us, right? All of us are here founders of any sorts, right? To celebrate that, we have started the concept of Pitchathon. Now, let me just before we introduce the judges and the presenters, right? What was the concept behind Pitchathon, right? Again, if you ask 10 D2C startups, अगर रोआस के अलावा और कोई पेन है तो क्या है? तो क्या बोलेंगे? फंडिंग चाहिए. फंडिंग चाहिए, right? Let's be true to ourselves, right? Of course, फंडिंग नहीं भी मिलती तो लोग बूटस्ट्रैप करके आगे तक जाते हैं. But yes, it is required. Money is required. More than the money, also support is required, right? And it's a hard process. It's a hard process. It's not easy, right? And there are countless meetings, there are countless pitches, There are countless no's, but there is always a yes in the end, right? If you're doing something worth it, you will get there, right? And to help you with that, D2C Insider team came up with the concept of Pitchathon, right? Can we give you a platform where you can actually pitch and talk about your product to D2C community and investors at the same time, right? And also gain intelligence from them, like let them ask questions, right? And if eventually, I hope I'm into that, one of these guys puts money anyways. All of us hope for that, right? That's the end hope. But let's get started, right? And for everyone here, this pitchathon, we selected 5 brands, right, who are doing exceptional work out there, right? And I happen to know all 5 of them from a consumer lens. I haven't tried most of the product, but I know of the brand. So I'm very happy that these brands are here today. Right? It's incredible, right? Without much, let's start with the jury members, right? Who is the juries? And you please look it on the right side because you have to catch them after that, right? Also, right? Let me introduce the first name. Please give it up for Rahul Maheshwari from V3 Ventures, World Invest. Rahul, you have the mic. Why don't you only tell us about yourself, right? देखो ये पैसा देंगे ताली जोर से बजानी है, राइट? नहीं तो पैसा नहीं मिलेगा. Rahul.
Yeah, thanks. So B3 Ventures started out of World Invest, which is almost a 2.5 decades old consumer investor, global consumer investor. We've been investing across US, Europe, and India. India started in 2012, and we've been fortunate enough to partner with brands which have become household names like Sula, Epigamia, Heads Up for Tails, Purple, etc. And V3 Ventures essentially started because we wanted to back founders at the early stage, at the really onset of seed. So that's what we focus on. So really looking forward to meeting exciting companies today.
Lovely, Rahul, lovely. Please get up for Varun. Varun Engineer. He's from Sama Capital. Varun, can you introduce yourself, please?
Sure. Hi, guys. So I represent Sama. We've been an early stage consumer investor since 2006. We're sector agnostic, but I look at the consumer side of things. Some of our recent stuff includes Mokobara, My Muse, Coparo, Sleepy Cat, Super Tails, Soul Threads, Super Bottoms. So clearly there's like a lot of consumer stuff going on, and we're really open to all kinds of brands. And especially when someone's doing something a little different, something that's not been done before, that really excites us, and we really want to be contrarian. So I've been at Sama for about 4.5 years now, and yeah, super excited to listen to the pitches today.
Excellent. I think we have almost the leaders of the pet industry on the table. We have Supertail and we have Supertails, right? Glad to see both of you on the table together. Do you guys get together? Oh, awesome, awesome, awesome. Naman. Naman is from Stellaris Venture Partners. Naman, can you just tell us about yourself? I think the mic is not working.
Hello.
Yes.
Yeah. Hi guys, I'm from Stellaris. It's early stage fund. We do seed and series investments. I look after consumer investments at Stellaris. Been more than 4 years. We have done Mama Earth. We have done Zook, Nestasia. It's a $225 million fund, more than 7 years old. Yeah, and looking forward to look at exciting pitches today.
Wonderful, wonderful. We promise you will fulfill that. Suchi Pandya, right? She's from Fireside Venture. Suchi, why don't you introduce yourself for us? Guys, तालियां कहाँ गई? अभी तो बात हुई है. Don't let me get the Punjabi out of me, yaar.
Sorry, I actually didn't know we were supposed
Huh?
to introduce us.
Huh? Of course, that's there. Suchi, why don't you
I think
start?
we forgot our checkbooks. Sorry. Um, sorry, I didn't realize we were supposed to introduce because I popped this very delicious chewing gum right before I was asked to introduce
Is it the
myself.
good gum?
It's quite good, yeah.
Very
Um,
smart. Whoever did it.
so I represent Fireside Ventures. We're an early stage consumer fund. Many of the deals that we've done are along with some of the people here. So glad to be here. But others in our portfolio include Mama Earth, Boat, Kapiva, Pilgrim, Slope Farm. Um, yeah, some of the, and I think we're also fairly sector agnostic. I think we also like to look at just in our fund three we've looked at gaming as a interesting space as well. So really looking at digital disruptors as a big theme coming up, and anything new, interesting. Really excited to be here. So
So we shall chat about the gaming industry after the session is over. Interesting things happening over there.
yep.
Guys, now meet the gods. This is the concept today. And our brands are the bhaks. What is the bhakt has to do? Impress the god. As simple as that. Investors, are we ready? Brands, are we ready? Right. Let's get the first one on board. Please give a warm welcome to the visionary behind Good Game. Good Gum. My bad. My bad. My apologies again. Good Gum. I think the word stuck in my mind. But let me start again. Can we have on stage Mayank from Good Gum? Right, Mayank? I would not introduce the brand. I would let you do it for yourself. Give it up there, guys.
I mean, are you guys shocked to see what I'm doing? This is exactly what we do every time we put a chewing gum into our mouth. Every chewing gum, can you please put my deck on? Yeah, every chewing gum that you see out in the market, your Happydents, Orbits, Boomers, all of them are made of a plastic base. And this plastic, polyvinyl acetate, is the same ingredient that is used to make tires and glue. A better name for Fevicol is PVA glue, and that's the gum base that is used in all the chewing gums that are around us. And not just that, all of these chewing gums are filled with nasty chemicals like artificial colors, flavors, and sweeteners. So there's nothing natural about a chewing gum at all. But we've all grown up chewing gums, and it's an indulgent part of our lifestyle. And here we are to change this for good with Good Gum. We make India's first planet-friendly chewing gum. We're India's first biodegradable chewing gum. Our chewing gums, when you spit them out, they don't stick onto the footpaths for thousands of years. They don't stick onto the school benches for hundreds of years, but they just disappear and decompose like vegetable peels and fruits when discarded into the soil. So the problem is chewing gum is end-to-end plastic. They stick around. Countries like Singapore have banned chewing gum for that reason because it's a huge public litter problem. And when this chewing gum is stuck onto the footpaths, when people walk over it, when vehicles run over it, all of this plastic fragments into microplastics and then enters a water table. And if you've seen reports recently, people have found plastic in the placenta, people have found microplastics in human lungs, blood, etc. And these are all the ways in which microplastics enter our system. Secondly, like I mentioned, all the chewing gums in the market have artificial colors, flavors, and sweeteners. You might have seen reports that aspartame is being called carcinogenic by WHO recently, and every chewing gum in the market has aspartame, if not sugar. There's no transparency. The food system basically in India is quite broken. Consumers, uh, food companies kind of find loopholes in the FSSAI guidelines and make claims to kind of hoodwink consumers to buy the products. And dental caries, people with a lot of dental issues are on the rise in India. And for example, in Italy, people take really good care of their teeth because dental care is really expensive. And chewing gum is a part of their essential daily livelihood. Like how we carry phone wallets and keys, they carry chewing gums along with them to keep their teeth healthy. But because dentistry is becoming more expensive as we go ahead in India, uh, preventive oral care is also required, and chewing gum is one essential part, and sugar-free chewing gum is one essential part for that. So the solution is India's first biodegradable chewing gum. That's the ingredient. We extract a proprietary tree base, a tree sap, uh, into which we mix simple ingredients like stevia, xylitol, which are natural sweeteners. Each chewing gum is just under 1 calorie. I assume you've all had a heavy lunch. I've passed a few samples to the volunteer at the back there. You can just raise your hands and try the gum, so it'll keep you attentive through my pitch as well. So at this point, we've launched about 4 or 5 indulgent flavors: raspberry, lemon, strawberry, charcoal mint, and all of these are colored and flavored with actual fruit extracts, vegetable colorings, etc. And it has just about 6 ingredients in all. Uh, so we've started researching on the product since October 2021, and we launched the product in late March 2022. We have about 17,000 unique customers, and this is through online channels like our own website, Amazon, a few marketplaces, and also retailing in about 150 odd uh, uh, offline stores across the country, metropolitan cities majorly. We are continuously improving our raw material, our sourcing to make our product cheaper and more tastier. Obviously, when there is a natural product compared to an artificial product, the taste, the texture is definitely going to be a little not at par with the artificial counterparts, but we are continuously working on making that product equally indulgent. And until now, we prevented 850 kilos of single-use plastic from sticking onto the earth. And we're quite proud about that. And we are incubated at NSR Cell in IIM at the circular economy cohort because we are preventing plastic waste uh, uh, actively. The consumer insights, about 95% of the people we speak to, sorry, that's my 5 minutes. I have 1 more minute. Okay. I'll just go ahead. So these are a few testimonials. People love the product. We've got celebrities using the product. There's Dia Mirza, there's Richa Chadda. So the Indian chewing gum market is quite stagnant. You'll see the likes of Perfetti, Van Mel, and Lotte and Wrigley's making their gums, but there's not much disruption happening. But it's that we have the potential to drive growth, and we've got a lot of products that we want to launch ahead. Apart from just indulgent chewing gums, we're looking to use functionality as a core to launch more products. So we're working on a caffeinated chewing gum that can keep you alert. We're working on a sleep-inducing chewing gum that can help you fall asleep. We're working on a de-stressing chewing gum for when you're stressed at work with a few Ayurvedic herbs, etc. And it is tested and it's proven that chewing gum as a carrier for these active ingredients is much more efficient than the gummies and the capsules that are out there. So our body absorbs much more of these active ingredients from chewing gums when compared to the gummies and the capsules. So I'm going to work on functional chewing gums, a few over here. I mean, it's a 5 minute counter, so I'm just going to go ahead. We're looking on making confectionery more fun. There's not much movement happening in the confectionery space, and we want to be the good amongst the bad, and that's the name that we've got. We have a few competitors, none in India. We're India's only. But there are brands in Europe, in the US, and one amongst that is True Gum, which recently got acquired for a good amount of money. So we are doing a monthly run rate of about 8 lakh rupees, and this is our 15th month in operation. And we've reached a point of stagnation where production is lesser than our demand. So we are working on increasing production, so automatically revenues will increase. So we've reached that sort of bottleneck. And that's our projections. We want to be closing at about a revenue of 2.2 crores in this financial year. We're looking to raise about 1 crore, and that is purely to be able to fund our offline reach. Listing fees are super heavy in retail channels, as many of you might know. Quick commerce and modern trade chains demand hefty money, and we need all of this money to just be able to pay these listing fees. The product development is completely done by myself, so there's no other expense that we need to incur apart from these listing fees. So we have a team of about 6 production staff and 4 people in the team. It's a really frugal, bootstrapped company at this point. That's myself and my younger brother. He looks after design, marketing, all the outreach and the campaigns, the design of the box that you see. Everything's homegrown. We've not hired a consultant for any of the job. The product is developed by myself. I have a background in food science, food tech, avid person in the food processing industry, worked with a couple of startups in my past, like And Me and Snacked in the UK. And we are aligned by a few sustainability development goals that are laid out by the United Nations. And yeah, so the next steps, we're looking to launch and distribute and increase our geographical presence. And that's why I'm here amongst all of you to raise money and probably raise some contacts as well. Thank you. I'd be open for questions. Thank you for being so attentive.
Mayank, for the good term.
Yes.
Yuri, questions? While you're chewing in the gum.
Yeah. So my chewing gums are priced at.
So price, gross margins, and the entire unit economics, if you
Got
can
it.
walk us through that.
So regular chewing gums in the market, they're all retailing about 2 rupees per piece. We retail a pack of 15 for 99. So that's effectively about 6 rupees a piece of gum. But all of these regular chewing gums again have artificial colors, flavors, sweeteners, sugar. Sugar comes at about 30 rupees a kilo, but the sweeteners that we use, xylitol and stevia, the blend costs about 2000. So that's just me trying to justify the cost being high. But my gross margins, my net margins are about 15%. At a 100 rupee price point, we give out about 35% to the distributor and the retailer. And my cost of the product is 35. So my gross margins are 30 and my net margins come down to 15%. 30. But this is at a scale where we buy very small amounts of raw material. So that bulk capability is yet to be built. So cost can be.
If you can use the mics, guys.
So as a founder, for me, I want to make my product more affordable so I can penetrate into a larger market size. So gross margins, I would try to keep it a little around the same, but reduce the cost of the product. My target is to bring the cost of the MRP from 99 to 75, keeping the gross margins the same. So gross margins can, if I keep the MRPs 99, I can build my gross margins to about 50%.
What would the gross margin for the regular chewing gums be?
Uh,
Like for Orbit
in
or
the existing
yeah.
existing product, we've not done that study because um, it's a 2 rupee product and I'm not sure about that. Sorry, otherwise I give an answer.
Just curious from the online front, what is the GM there specifically
My
without
gross
the
margin is the
distribution?
same. My offline and online gross margins are quite the same.
Okay, because generally you take out the distributor's margin for the
Yeah,
offline.
so that accounts for the shipping and all the other costs that we bear for an online delivery is about the same. 30-35% goes into shipping and the marketplace margins and all of that.
Okay,
Yeah.
fair.
Is there any so obviously there's a lot of brand building that needs to be done here because there's an awareness factor, right? I mean, I think most consumers, even if they go to like a Kirana store, they would find your Wrigley's, Orbit, etc. So, what is your plan there on the top of funnel marketing and also when it comes to your CAC, if you could just tell us a little bit on marketplaces, how that plays out.
So my customer acquisition cost at this point is about 250 rupees, right? So that's uh, fairly low. We've only started doing online marketing 3 months ago, so that's not a lot of data for me to give you a right amount. But we're not burning on my online sales. So the CAC is lesser than my first single order. My average order value is 300 online. And with respect to marketing, because I have worked with startups in my history. I used to do sales for this company called Anime, which is now being acquired by Global Bees, and I was working with a lot of modern trade chains back there. So I realized one thing, that I want to take my product to a place where my consumer is at, and not take my product somewhere and then try to build demand over there. So I want to start top down, start with the modern trade chains, start with the gourmet supermarkets, start with airport retail, because at this price point, my consumers are at that point, are at that scale, and not take my product to a general trade store or a normal kirana store, so I can keep my costs low. So start with all the metropolitan cities, the major modern trade chains that are around, quick commerce. That's where the educated consumer goes, and he understands quality over price, and uh, definitely would make that purchase despite the price being high. And then after iterating and reducing the cost, probably making smaller SKUs, take it to the kirana stores, to the general trade stores, where it's much more affordable and in the same price point as the Orbit and the Happydent. So we're doing like, we do a lot of partnerships. We recently partnered with this Karnataka Premier League team, because athletes are a big user of chewing gums. We work with a lot of um, flea markets, etc. So all the cities that we are present in, we do offline activations that way, and just build that consumer sort of conversation initially.
Just to track back on the gross margin, this 100 rupees pack costs you how much, including the product
30.
plus the it costs you 30 rupees.
Yeah.
Got it.
That's including my labor, electricity, everything. 22 rupees is the cost price of the product. I might have got some figures wrong because I'm a engineering background person, so finance is a little it's higher. Okay, maybe we can have a conversation on that. I was just talking to a few people around here because I understand the product perfectly well, but finance is uh,
You know that. You know that. Yeah.
any
Julie,
other
any more
questions?
questions?
Have all of you tried the product? There's still some samples around if you want to try.
Just one last question.
Yeah.
On the distribution side, like this seems like a more general trade kind of a product. Like existing market, if you think for the existing chewing gums, the majority of market share will be with the general trade shops, right? So why are you not targeting general trade right from the
So
beginning,
we have
going
not
with the
done
modern
this at this point because I want to build, like I mentioned, it's a plastic-free chewing gum, and I want to avoid single-use plastic as much as possible. So you see, right now we use a Ziploc pouch on the inside. We when we started off, it was a paper box with the chewing gums inside it without any plastic at all. But we started getting a few problems in the humid cities, and that's why we started using plastic in the interior. But as much as possible, for as long as possible, I wouldn't want to use single-use plastic where there's a single disposal of a single unit happening, and that's majority of the sale that you're talking about in the general trade stores where a person buys a single chewing gum, and that's at cigarette shops or pan shops, etc. We want to be in the organized market at the general trade store or at the modern trade stores where people buy packs of chewing gum rather than the singular chewing gums to avoid that plastic from being generated.
Just
Right.
a quick question on the team.
Yeah,
So obviously there's you and your brother,
yeah,
and you've got a lot of stuff covered there.
yeah.
But since distribution is a big part of this, do you have someone who's done that? Someone from the retail world?
I at this point
Okay,
it's done by me, but
okay.
we're looking to raise funds to be able to afford people. I used to directly deal with Nature's Basket, modern MK Retails, Namdharis, etc. So up till that point, I'm going to be taking care of it because salaries are concerned.
Oh, and what are you raising?
1 crore.
Okay.
Yeah. 1 crore can take us at least 1 year because production is sorted, product development is sorted. I want all of that money to just pay Namdhari's modern bazaar, food hall, etc. So that's a one-shot cost, and post that liquidations, stock generates, money comes in, more stock generates, money comes in. We wouldn't need money. Sorry? 2.2 crores ARR. After the year. Okay, after this year, we probably look to do around 5 crores.
From the 8 lakhs a month, when would you be in March? How much will in March, April, 24? Just for the month.
20-25 lakhs.
Um, any more questions, folks? And there we have the bell. Perfect. Stay here, Mayank. We have a concept called Business Shark, where you get to speak to the entire forum here, right? And you can say whatever you want to say, man. Right? You can ask for support. You can ask for anything you want. Right? This is your time. Talk to the community. Your time starts now.
Thank you. So we'd love to get connected with supermarkets. Quick commerce has been a pain. It's very difficult to get listed on quick commerce, as many of you might be experiencing. Chewing gum is a product that you want quickly. It's not a product that you'd go and wait for 4 days. So we want to get as close to you as possible. So your Blinkit, Zepto, Instamarts, any contacts that you may have. And I'm sure even the other two pitches are going to ask for the same contact. So if you can connect us with quick commerce chains, supermarket chains, uh, airport retail chains, and any investors looking to invest in the sustainability space or even the exciting confectionery space, because we want to, like I mentioned, we want to be the good amongst the bad. Uh, मतलब साथ में मिलके गंदगी हटाएंगे और अच्छे प्रोडक्ट्स बनाएंगे. That's the point of new entrepreneurs or new startups, that even if will persist, we wouldn't want to make shitty products just to make money. We want to make products that we might consume ourselves. So uh, any contacts of that sort or any investor leads would be really helpful. And thank you for your time, guys.
Now, I'll tell you what, right? What we'll do slightly differently, what we've done from other pitchathons. while this is not a Q&A session, this is his pitch to the world, right? But I could see faces trying to ask questions and raising queries. If you think you can help the brand, right, and you have something for them, just raise your hands. We are not asking questions. By raise of hand, he's recognizing किससे मिलना है पहले जाके. You see the faces out there, Mayank.
Yeah,
Just look around.
perfect. We met Rahul before.
आप एक
Perfect.
हाथ
Thank you,
मांगोगे
guys.
यहाँ पे 5 खड़े हो जाएंगे.
Done.
Don't worry about it, right? That's the power
Thank
of the
you.
community. Mayank, all the very best.
Thank
Lovely
you.
presentation.
Cheers.
Please give it up for Mayank.
Thank you for being so attentive.
And the good come. And now we're warmed up, right? Let's get to our next startup, right? Please give it up for Akash and Rishabh, right? From Oat Milk, right? So Oat Milk is a plant-based beverage company offering two essential products: oat milk, as the name suggests, and chocolate protein milk. Their aim is to solve the pressing issues of lactose intolerance and protein deficiency. By the way, my first introduction to lactose intolerance was because of a show called Big Bang Theory, because the character there was lactose intolerant, right? But in India, there are so many people who are lactose intolerant and just don't know about it, right? Because हमें तो बचपन से घी और दूध खिलाया जाता है, right? So a critical cause, and Akash, all yours and all the very best. Your 5 minutes starts now.
Hey, thanks a lot, guys. Thanks a lot for having me. So we are distributing our product for sample. Do try, and it's hard to cope up after what Mayan did. So we made milk from oats. These are some of our valuable clients which we supply on regular basis. So we have been in the market for 1.5 years. October 2021 was when the product was ready. December 21 was the first shipment reached. We started with 2 cities, and now I'll take you to the journey. So we are trying to solve big problems like lactose intolerance, protein deficiency with our small beverages. That's the aim. We want to be a beverage wellness brand where you have a problem, we have a solution with beverage. So lactose intolerance, we have oat milk. Then we have protein for 80% protein deficient Indians who are not reaching their daily protein goal because of the vegetarian diet and everything. We are providing a protein shake which is ready to drink. Again, based with oat milk. All our beverages will be based out of oat milk. The things which we are working on is a meal replacement, which is for obesity, which I'm testing on myself, which will help you lose weight. Then we have stress, nutrition, and sleeping disorders. So we're making beverages based out of oat milk for everyone for the wellness section. So you have a beverage for your wellness. This is how our product looks. As it is crystal clear, we use sustainable glass bottles, transparent labels. We do not use any as such a huge plastic. We are the only one doing glass bottles. Nobody else in the world is doing it. Product is 12 months shelf stable at room temperature without any preservatives. And protein is very new. It's 2 months old. This is us, me and Rishabh. So just a background on us. We used to study, I used to study in London. Then I was working in Rolls-Royce over there. Rishabh was working with Barclays in London. We both left our jobs. We know each other from childhood. We are childhood friends. And after that, we came back and we have been doing this for like almost 1.5, 2 years now. This is the serviceable market we are capturing. So over here, we have not included UAE and Singapore. We are exporting our product to UAE, Singapore, and Nepal in a couple of months, a couple of weeks. So 3 places where we are exporting. We are the only plant-based milk in the country exporting to 3 countries now. We haven't included that. This is what sets us apart. We have a 500 ml packaging, which when comes to 300 rupee liter Tetra pack compared to 500 ml 149 bottles kept on a retail shelf. People, like what we have seen, the price centric consumer always chooses a glass bottle over Tetra pack. And we are exporting manufacturers oat milk. This is a few of our clients. So we are a very B2B focused company. We do not do a lot of D2C. We do a lot of B2B, cafes, retail, distribution, modern trade, Pitchathons, Blinkit, Instamart, Zepto. We are on selected areas in these places as well. These are some of our really reputed clients. We supply to offices like Goldman Sachs, Airbnb. You go to their office, you find oat milk coffees there. So that's how we are building our brand without burning a lot of on D2C. We don't do any Instagram marketing. We haven't done till now. This is our net profit on every bottle. After every bottle is sold, gross margin is around 60%, and this is how much we made on every bottle sold. We are not burning money. We are profitable from day one, and that's how we are building our business. Slowly and gradually, we have paid listing fees of over 10 modern trades GT is doing. We are in around 25 cities of India. I'll get to that as well. And so we are now currently focusing on oat milk being in every corner of the country. Then obviously to world's corners, right? So we are listed on Noon Minutes, which is the Blinkit for Dubai. So we are, trying to get listed our product everywhere, B2B, everywhere possible. So UAE is also doing really well for us. Singapore recently started around 2 months ago. New container order is in the line. So that's happening with us. These are the cities we are covering via our distribution model. Okay, 1 minute. So we are a distribution model. We are covering these cities. So we believe that at the end of the day, it's doodh, right? Nobody wants to wait 7 days for doodh, right? So we want people to get it within 4 hours, and that's how we are building the company. So with our distributors in these areas, you can get the product within 4 hours. And these are the places we are trying to reach: Maldives, Hong Kong, and USA in the line. Hopefully by this year, we're going to close that as well. This is the factory. This is where all the magic happens. So factory is not owned by us, but half of the machinery used to make our product is owned by us. That's asset on the books, which we have paid from making the money, which we made in our business. So this is the capacity, the capability and the geography where the factory is located. This is what we did. Financial year first, we did 10 lakh rupees, 4 months. Next year, we did 94 lakh rupees, which was last year. This year, we have already crossed 94. I think we have crossed 1 CR now. Last month, we did 20 lakhs with a net profit of 2 lakh 45,000. We are asking for 2.5 for a valuation of 12 CR. Thank you. Exactly.
Right. Oat milk.
So you guys tried. How do you like it? Did you like it or not like it?
Jury questions.
Could you explain the unit economics?
Yes. So the bottle is priced at 149, but as we are a very B2B model, we average sell it at 100 rupees to distributor. That's our average selling price. The average selling price is 100 rupees. The bottle is made in 32 rupees. With transportation, it lands at 58 rupees. Rest everything is margin. And then the salary is the listing fees comes in. So net margin comes around 12%.
What's the size of the bottle?
It's pretty big. And with entering like now, so to be honest, there is no particular study how big oat milk market is in India.
Not market, the size of the bottle.
Oh, 149. The bottle is there. Can you please bring it?
500 ml.
They have 500 ml and 200 ml for protein. We only have 2 SKUs, and these are the 2 SKUs. And that's the protein. Yes. So happy for you guys to try the protein as well. That's the plant-based dairy market, and now we're entering protein market as well, right?
So yes, what is the total market?
To be honest, we haven't done that research after we have released protein, and we're not counting UAE and Singapore as of now. The reason for that is we have only done one shipment each there. Until we have a couple of shipments going, then only we'll try, like enter that market, say that we have entered that market properly. So we are now keeping very frugal numbers and everything and seeing how we grow.
And can you tell us a little bit about the competition as well?
So competition, there are 3 brands which are really, really big in competition. The difference between us and them is they are doing all plant-based dairy, soy, almond, and oat. We are doing only oat, and we are entering a different market with protein. They are doing Tetra packs of 300 rupees a liter. We are doing for 149 with 500 ml in 2 bottles, and that's the difference. Yes, and yes, obviously, like our froth's better, our taste better. We do ice creams with mine in Bangalore. We do soft serves, and
What is the secret sauce that yours?
the shelf life and the frothiness, the formulation what we have made. So 12-month shelf life at the room temperature, how the bottle looks like, it will last without any preservatives.
Just a question, since you mentioned frothing, it's more of a personal curiosity, but
Yeah.
does it, like if I put it in an espresso frother
Yeah.
or in a smoothie machine, is it the same as like whole milk, or
Yeah.
is it?
So we have cafes like big cafes in Bangalore, like S'more. We have Copper and Cloves. We have in Delhi, we have Cafe Dori. We have Perch using our product. Their baristas are trained with plant based, and they're getting like huge froth with our products.
Oh, no, that's
We-
awesome, because that I feel like texture's always been a doubt with like newer milks, but they're figuring it out now.
Yes, and I'm sure, like obviously, like you have drank milk all your life. It will be a little different in the start, but I am very biased and I'm addicted to it, but I'm sure you guys will be too if you keep drinking. So
Just one more question on like the longer term vision for
Yeah.
the brand. Do you go into almond milk or other kinds of milk, or do you like how do you expand beyond this?
there are two visions which we have, which we are working on currently. One is that right now we have the three big players. We have a product in Zepto, Instamart, and Blinkit. Very selected areas. Zepto is 2 cities, Instamart is 1 city, and Blinkit is 4 cities. So very small. We are trying. Now there are a plethora of apps which we want to try. Are the dairy apps like Country Delight, Nature's Happy Nature, Doodh Wale, and these they have their own apps which do milk subscription. So that is where I want to target in India. I want to be on those apps. I'm already in talks with Country Delight and Happy Nature founder I met yesterday. So they are introducing protein in 2 weeks. So again, so subscription model for dairy is where I will see my product, oat milk in India, and I want to enter US as well. So US we are landed cheaper than the market competition because manufacture in India, sell it in the US, the cheaper market. Yeah.
The other brands, how much do they price compared to you?
Same. So they are at 300 rupees a liter.
You're-
We are at 150 rupees for half a liter.
How do you think about, going into so many geographies at such an early stage, like you're doing 20 lakhs? What's the split like?
So again, as I mentioned, we are not counting the geographies in our 20 lakhs because we have done only a
This is
single ship.
India.
Yeah.
20 lakhs is India.
Yeah, yeah.
How, how much is outside?
How much is outside? We have done, as I said, we have done 2 shipments of 2 containers till now. That's 7 lakh each, like throughout the year. Yeah. So that's why we're not counting until it becomes a regular thing. We're not going to count it export. We're not banned on it. It's just like focus is India right now, but these orders come in, and we have a like the team which helps us do UAE and Singapore as well.
That is more opportunistic for you.
Yes.
But you want to focus on the India.
Yeah. The dairy apps is what I'm going to focus for next month or so for sure.
Yuri, all done?
So I have a question. 2.5 CR at a valuation of 12.5 CR. This year we're going to do 2.7 CR end this year. We have already crossed 1 CR in sales.
Akash, you had a question?
I have a question. I just want to understand what do you guys think about plant-based dairy as a whole, like not the market in general. Like, have you guys had it before, or
I've been a big consumer of almond milk for a long time, but I think that, it's a very niche market.
okay?
If you ask me very honestly, I think the fact that you're doing some ancillary products, proteins, etc., definitely widens your tap. But yeah, there's a fairly niche small
Uh, see,
Indians, I think, love their doodh, and unfortunately,
no, I understand, but I think I have to agree to disagree. Like, if you go to any modern trade or any general trade in India, you will see a plant-based dairy shelf now, which was not there a year or two.
completely agree.
Exactly. So the people are buying. That's why the shelves are coming in every day now. So I mean,
I think I would agree with Suchi. Like we've always thought of it as a niche market,
yeah,
but I also think that over 5 years, something will happen, and it's just like who's there at the right time.
yeah.
So
Hey, hi. I want you to understand what is the allocation of the capital you are raising.
So the allocation of the capital 2.5 CR, we're going to do 1 CR of listing fees. Rest is going to go on team building and operations.
Okay, and the second thing I wanted to ask after this fundraise, are you looking at B2C? Are you planning?
B2C is something until we have an expert on the board who's going to help us, like we don't want to burn money to get the orders. Until we are actually sure that we'll get some orders, we're not going to, like burn money, start burning like from day one.
Thank you.
You mentioned you're not focusing on building the consumer side of the things or building the
Uh,
brand or spending on brand.
No. So I think I got it wrong. I am doing that. So if you go on your apps right now and Blinkit and you search MILT, you will see our product on the top. I'm paying for it. So I'm doing the marketing where the journey is not broken. Like on Insta, nobody's gonna go buy milk, right? That's what I feel. But on Blinkit, on Zepto, on Blinkit, you will find our ads where the journey is not broken, where people are actually looking for milk. That's where you will see our ads. So we are doing ads on the platforms where it matters. That's what I feel. I mean.
But that may still not drive the awareness.
Uh, we do sampling, like the sampling you see, right? So we do at events. We have done it at various events throughout the country. So sampling is something which we really believe in, because we really believe in our product. And anyways, it's a product. If you don't try it, you don't gonna buy it, right? 40% is retail. 30% is D2C, which includes 26% with Thomas, 4% direct from Shopify, and rest 30% is Horeta institutions, which includes the offices, the cafes, and hotels like Ritz-Carlton, Four Seasons, and Taj.
And why only oat? Like, why not other plant-based
So,
milk?
so soy personally is very sour. Like if you have ever had soy, almond on the other hand is full of fat. It's like if you see the nutritional value, it's just fat. 2% almond on the whole milk. We have 10% oats, and oat is something which is closest to the dairy. When you have it in your chai, you have it in your coffee. It's close. You won't feel a difference until you're actually like looking for it, and it's like I mean, this is what we know, right? I mean, oat is something which we feel is gonna be there for a long while.
Yuri, what? Prakash, the word is the oyster.
Guys, thanks a lot. So if you haven't tried a product, I think there are samples still going on. I just am looking for more distributors. That's it. Just more distributors in more cities is what I'm looking for. So if anyone has those contacts, please do help. So please do raise your hands if you have any of distributor contacts in any areas.
Okay. Anything else, or should I ask for the raise of hands?
I think that's it. Yeah.
He's on steroids, I'm telling you. So today we're going to have oatmeal shots.
Yeah, I think we will.
Do you offer oatmeal shots at home in place of liquor?
Not right now.
No liquor or no oatmeal shots?
No.
Okay, guys, I think he's looking for the raise of hands. Can we have a raise of hands?
There are a few there. Yeah.
I think I know some of them why they're raising their hands. I'll tell you later, but all good. You've seen the faces again, or you want to have a raise of hands again?
Seen. Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Akash, that was a wonderful presentation. Please give it up for Akash, guys.
You.
आकाश एक सवाल और था मेरा मैं रेगुलर दूध की जगह इसको चाय में डालूंगा तो सेम फ्लेवर आएगा
Please try that, yeah, and you'll feel the same.
चलो I will do it tomorrow and I'm going to call you after that. All right. From brands like oat milk and good gum, we're going to move to Mohit. Mohit, you're on? Oh, you ready? From Blash. Did I get it correct? Blash is a full stack video commerce platform that revolutionizes brand engagement and conversions. They bring video first commerce experience to brand websites and apps, integrating shoppable videos, web stories, and live stream to increase conversions by 2x, right? And all the very best, Mohit. Your 5 minutes starts now.
Thank you. I have a special request by D2C, to wake you up, guys. Right, I'm the third one. So probably, before I start, a big round of applause of, all the women ninja entrepreneurs for the remarkable bill that, was passed yesterday, right? Right. So yeah, let's get started. So this is not part of my 5 minutes, right? So a quick quiz about here, right? You guys are able to see the screen?
What it is?
Yeah. So which is the 15th largest economy of this world? Probably quick answers. Yeah. So it has a GDP of 1 trillion, right? I'll just connect the dots very soon. Why I'm talking about 1 trillion. There are certain e-commerce facts here, right? Basically, the total overall annual revenue loss to a entire e-commerce industry due to poor engagement amounts to $1 trillion, right? 99% of the total customer who comes first time of your website, जो भी आते हैं वो कुछ नहीं खरीदते, and that's a fact. Potential loss due to poor product discovery, right, to the industry is close to 68%. My next quiz is, any guesses what is this? Okay, so ये हमारा ऑफलाइन वर्जन है जो आज डिजिटल इकोनॉमी में होता है, राइट? सो इतने सारे कस्टमर्स हैं, कुछ ना कुछ सब लोग बेच रहे हैं, एंड देयर आर मेनी बायर्स, मेनी कंज्यूमर, we are trying to send so many messages, so many emails to everyone. People are confused, and the problem is product discovery. Khareedna kya hai, right? And that is essentially what Blash is trying to solve using a pure SaaS-based tech product, right? Simplifying the product discovery using a end-to-end full-stack video commerce solution. So what basically Blash inspires to become is to bring the video commerce solution as a mainstream commerce by pivotally connecting three stakeholders, right, which are the brands, the consumer, and the creator economy, right, which is very, very essential. So क्या solve कर रहे हैं हम? So we are solving product discovery as a problem with the overload of आपके platforms में बहुत products हैं, right, and each product is being accessed by tier 2 and tier 3 customers on mobile, right? And interestingly, on mobile, the number of searches होते हैं 1 से 3, not more than that, right? So, and today as we speak, the average session time is the lowest in the last decade, which is probably 10 to 25 seconds. So अगर उसके time तक आपने customer को नहीं बताया कि आप क्या बेच रहे हो, he's going to switch off, right? And that is what essentially we are trying to solve by using video commerce ways. So basically, Blash is a full stack video commerce. So, right. So when I mean full stack video commerce, what it means here is that we are essentially empowering three pivotal verticals, right? Empowering brands by enabling them with tools to how to engage, how to generate contents, by enabling customers, right, that unka product journey kitna engaging ho jaye, how do they can find their product discovery as fast as possible, as engaging as possible. Third, how do we empower creator as a economy, like create more revenue generation platform for them, right? So today the entire creator economy is focused on 2-3 walled gardens, Snapchat, Instagrams of the world. So we would want to break that silos, right, by using this tech based platform. A quick insider of kya ho raha hai social commerce mein today, right? So if you notice in last 5-6 years, जो इतने post, whatever we used to see on Instagram, probably it was more and more information based, right? If you count today, if you scroll in next 1 hour, out of 10 posts, you will find that 8 posts may some people are selling something, right? So 85% of the posts today are we are trying to sell something. Close to 3.8 million of total posts are served as ads. What it means is the social media today, the social commerce is becoming the mainstream platform to sell, right? A small insights about what's the overall addressable market, close to 900 plus billion, right, overall world. इसमें से 56 billion is in US. India accounts to close to 6 billion as of today, and it probably is going to reach by 2028 close to 19 billion, right? And overall we have close to 50 million of creator total number of creators today who is participating in this commerce. A small edge in our competitors. Who are the competitors? What I feel today here is, these are the entire social media platforms, right? I believe are the competitors of Blash, right? Reason being that each of these guys are, when they say you that, hey, come on, sell on Instagram, eventually they are, disguising you that creating another marketplace like Amazons of the world, where you will be again, put into a wall garden where the focus is that, you can only sell under my platform. Similarly, for the creators also the same kind of thing that, I have a dependency on Instagram or Snapchat, right? So if you read any of the Snapchat's ad, they focus on that, how do you, bring the more and more creators. So we would want to, distribute the whole thing towards the entire digital world. So this is the business model. I'm probably going to skip that. Attraction so far, bunch of customers. We have 200 plus creators on board, right? Started doing certain revenue generation, right? With some good healthy pipeline as of now. A small team, right? So I come from a product tech background, building consumer behavior product for last 15-16 years, build products which have Guinness Book of World Record, have built startups in the past. So a small snapshot, हम क्या करते हैं? So basically, Blash is a digital cloud where the creators pump in their content and which gets distributed to our vendor network, right? The brands network, and create the engagement using shoppable videos, stories, and live commerce, right? So these things are taken care by the platform. Host of integrations. Is this 5 minutes done? Okay. So yeah, so a quick this thing, where we want to reach. So we would want to, probably bring the social commerce at least by 25% of e-commerce total transaction should happen via the video commerce stuff. Reduce the cost generation on the content side for the brands so that they can improvise on their overall content generation and social media marketing stuff. Empower the creators for more revenue evolution, right? Using associating with Blash. Yeah. So quick update. Probably this is my fundraise. So we are raising a small round at this point of time with 125K, and then probably aiming to raise another couple of 100K, right? And this will be used mostly for India and US expansion. So our customer base is a mix which is there in India and US as well. Yeah. So these are certain customer testimonials. Thank you.
Yeah, I didn't fully understand where do consumers see the content
On the brands platform.
on Blash
On
brands
the brands
platform.
platform.
Okay.
So, you as a digital platform, when you get onboarded on Blash, so Blash will start putting your social media content as a shoppable content, which gets integrated inside your web app or mobile application. So the consumer gets the same feel of the social media engagement, and each of these reels or the stories will have a product attached to it, using which the conversion increases in the same cycle.
Which customers do you have right now?
So bunch of
Qualify that.
customers in all the from the fashion, cosmetics, right?
Any brand that you could name.
Yeah. How do you go back? So these are a bunch of our customers.
So for example, Ilana, how would Ilana use it?
So Ilana, you will have Ilana's content as shoppable videos or stories, which will be running inside their platform in their home pages, category pages attached to their products. So you as a consumer, when you go there and try to understand, hey, why this cosmetics I would want to use it, right? So that there the video based information will be placed, and you can see and purchase the products.
Hello? Just so I understand clearly, it's not like the Instagram handle is getting
No,
data is getting pulled. It's basically whatever they're posting on Flash will get
correct.
pushed to the.
Push to the. We integrate with their social channels as well. So this automated
So
integration.
you have to first acquire brands on Flash as well as customers on Flash, and then essentially because the website thing is just is where your conversion happens,
Yes.
but the actual acquisition happens on the Flash app.
So you as a e-commerce customer, you come to Blash that help me increase my revenues, help me increase my product discovery, and the Blash gets integrated, and then the content start flowing into your website from your social handle or.
Wait 1 second. I think the question is, are we talking about a Shopify app? When you
No,
said or a personal customer app.
no, it's not an app.
It's basically like you said, he's competing with an Instagram, right? So this. Oh,
So I'm empowering the digital brands and the creator economy.
okay, okay.
So to make the content shoppable, you need to integrate catalog to the content piece, which is built by the creator, right?
Correct.
How do you do that exactly?
So the creators, so we have 200 plus creators on board. So creators publish their content on our platform as a marketplace,
And
right?
then they have to link a specific
Yes.
product to that content.
So the brands link, right? So the brands will have their own catalogs. So you as an e-commerce brand,
And
right?
then who takes care of the logistics? Because in some cases, let's say in like fashion, you might have to give product to the
So
creator to be able to
we
build
are
content.
not doing the custom content at this point of time. It's a repurpose of whatever they have built at this point of time that we reuse.
Okay, so the product is not there in the
No,
content.
no, no.
And don't you think that will affect the efficacy? Because if the product is there in the content that the creator is talking about or creating, then the trust will significantly increase. Whereas if it is generic content, plug.
Not the generic content. So if you have a pre-made content with the brand, that is which is being used in the Instagram handle, that gets repurposed at your own website, right? Yeah.
How do you monetize? Like, is it
So
take rate or subscription
it's
based?
a subscription base. So three models. Subscription, there are paid tools for content creations, and there's a marketplace fee, when you hire the influencers. And then we are also, pay back to the creator economy, based on the content what's being viewed. It's being a shared cost.
So approximately for like one of these customers, like what's the max you can expect to extract?
So, for India, this thing, the subscription is very low. Like it's pay per use basis. Like, it starts with say $29 a month, which is a fixed fee, and then it gets into as many number of content which is being viewed, and that is charged by, between 50 paisa to 70 paisa per view. And then some fraction goes back to the creator.
Okay. And in terms of how your product works, is it completely productized or is there a services layer at the back? So when you onboard a new brand, that's
No, it is completely product, full tech.
okay.
Any more question, guys?
Yeah. Time for the business shower.
Hey,
Mohit,
thank you. So,
all yours.
great. So, I run a podcast channel which is called E-commerce Growth Academy, and many of you have onboarded as guests also, including Kshitij, Arjun. So, heartily welcome. If anybody wants to share their stories, I would love to understand what we are trying to solve and gain from the mutual experiences. So, do reach out. If you want to share your story with me or with the community back, happy to chat.
मोहित फाउंडर्स भी हैं धंधा भी मांग लो थोड़ा सा
धंधा आता रहेगा सर
okay
आता रहेगा
raise your hands guys time to raise your hands okay we can clap after that anyone Mohit's going to be here throughout the day right so you can reach out to Mohit anytime he's going to be here with us Mohit thanks
Sure.
a lot for a lovely presentation please give it a flash guys
Thank you, guys.
I think other than tech right this is the first tech presentation we had the story is around food right you didn't have me on the panel right how is food getting selected all the time but next startup again is about food right please give it up for Preeti Agarwal Preeti you there Preeti is getting ready and the brand she's going to bring here is called Kesar Co right and Kesar Co is actually a provider of quality grocery products boasting of a range of close to 60 plus items in 3 categories nuts spices and staples Preeti and Rahul her other partner are going to be taking us through. Preeti is going to be on the stage, and Rahul is going to be here to chair Preeti. Rahul, you say hi. Yeah, that's Rahul. Preeti, ready?
Yeah.
Guys, please welcome Preeti on stage for the presentation.
This one.
Preeti, you ready?
Yep.
All the very best. Your 5 minutes starts now.
Hi everyone, this is Preeti Agarwal, and there's my co-founder Rahul Sharma, and we are from Kesar Co. First of all, I'm very excited to be here, and look forward to meeting you all. So, just a little bit about what we do at Kesar Co. So, Kesar Co is a healthy and affordable grocery brand. We offer premium selection of dry fruits, staples, and spices. So, just a little backstory of how the journey started and why Kesar Co, right? Why the name Kesar Co? So, just a 2-year-old backstory. So, we started in 2021, and me and Rahul, we know each other from 5 years. And we both have worked in corporates before we started Kesoko. We quit our jobs and then started Kesoko. So Rahul is from Kashmir, and he used to get this question very commonly, or maybe I would say a request from his peer groups and his managers or his colleagues that, hey, when you come back, whenever he's home, when you come back, do bring me authentic kesar from Kashmir, right? So that used to be like a very commonly asked question, commonly asked request. So that was a space very very thought maybe. So Kashmir ke logo ke liye to saffron is like a very common staple, but for people outside Kashmir, I think that's a luxury. So he wanted to actually figure out ki, everyone has the same question that when it comes to kesar, the first question is it authentic or not? So back there in Kashmir, so he actually went to the farmlands in the I think it's the Pampur region, and there is a government authority under the government of India which is which has set up a 40 crore lab which is NABL certified to actually purify and directly take the saffron from the farmers and then provide it to the private labels like us. So I'm happy to share that Kesar Co is the only brand in India which is the authorized seller of GI tagged Kashmiri saffron. And how it has actually changed the lives of the farmers back there in Kashmir is, so before we actually introduced GI tagged saffron through our brand Kesar Co, the minimum selling price of Kesar 1 gram used to be about 70 rupees. And as of today, the minimum selling price has increased 3x. So 210 is the price that farmers get for 1 gram of saffron, which is immensely increased their production capacity. And secondly, they are more loyal, to especially to us. So whenever we visit the farmlands, they are more than happy to, earlier they had their attitude that, there is actually no margins left in the production. Why do we even do? Because Kashmir may 70% of the saffron is coming from Iran and sold under the name of Kashmiri saffron. So that's how it all started. In 2021 August, we launched Kesar, which was our first product, and we ran it for about 6 months. And 6 months ke baad, once we saw that consumers are, there is a brand awareness, people are coming and buying, saffron, and then there is a market fit. So we decided to launch couple of other products from the same region. So we started off with launching a few dry fruits, which again belong to the same region. Our second best seller is Kashmiri walnuts. So walnuts, Kashmiri almonds, Kashmiri honey, and the list goes on, right? After about an year, we started getting a demand from the consumers that, hey, why don't you, expand into the other products as well and make it a full stack grocery brand? So as of today, fast forward to today, so we have about 30 unique SKUs across dry fruits, spices, and staples. We sell across all the major marketplace channels. Happy to share that we have a consumer base of about 7 lakh plus customers, and we do about 30,000 monthly orders. And we also have our best sellers, pink salt and jaggery. किसको पता था कि टाटा के अलावा भी कोई नमक बेच सकता है इंडिया में, right? So I think we've come pretty far way ahead from where we started, and this is the point where we want to also go offline now. So for that, I think we just want to get to know the investors, the other founders who are doing a great job, and increase our consumer base. So the target for the next 6 months is going to be acquire more customers, increase the product line, and market expansion. I'm just going to take you through a couple of slides. So, like I said, with Kesar Co, we want to bring in quality and affordable grocery. I'm just going to be really fast here. So these are our range of products. As you can see, walnuts, honey, saffron, dry fruits, spices. We have a whole range of whole spices and powdered spices for you to try. We cater to the health conscious customers. So we all know grocery is a big category, and it has immense potential. Currently, $8 billion is the total grocery market size of India. So me and Rahul, we have founded the company, and these are some of our key team members. So this is how our current distribution looks like. We do about 70% from the marketplace, 5% on tech, which is our own website, and the rest is B2B. So our first year of operation, we closed at about 1 CR of revenue. Last year we closed at about 2.95 CR, and this year projected revenue is about 10 CR. And this is how our gross margins and net margins look like. We have about 35% repeat customer rate. So as you can see here, I'm just showing you a split of where our customers lie. So most of our consumers are in the metros, followed by tier 2 and tier 3 cities. So here's a snapshot of where we want to take the business in the next 3 to 5 years. So currently our growth rate is about 3x year on year. We want to take it to 5x. And if we are doing a dispatch of say 10,000 orders in a day today, we want to triple that. So warehouse capacity increase is definitely one of the goals. And we want to work on our net margins and gross margins. So currently our gross margin is about 45. We want to take it to 55 to 60%. And we believe we can definitely do that because we are really strong with our procurement. And we're so our procurement channels are set up in a way that we don't we actually go to the source of the product and even go to the auction centers, and we have people sitting there doing doing the purchase for us. Offline is a area where we really want to get into in the next 6 to 12 months. This is how the funds distribution will look like. Currently, we are looking to raise 5 CR. Yep, done. I'm done.
You want to give the 5 CR at what valuation?
At about 40 CR.
40 CR valuation. Yuri, all yours.
What's your pricing compared to other premium brands, let's say like Happilo, and compared to normal products?
Sure. So our pricing is very competitive with if you have were to compare it with other dry fruit brands like Happilo or Farmlay in this category. So say if, for example, if I have to give a same product comparison, so Kashmiri walnut kernels, in fact, it would be even lower for us because if they sell 1 kg at about 14.99, we can do this at 1200. And the only reason for that is because of procurement channels are strong and we are sitting at the source. So as of now, even with regards to Happilo, they might have more expenses compared to our company. We have a very frugal mindset and we have a very lean team. So we don't have a lot of expenses that would take up the margins.
From a consumer standpoint, what's the key differentiation from, let's say, likes of Happilo?
Yeah. So from a consumer standpoint, I think our consumers from the consumers who are associated with us right from day one or maybe day 10, so they know that okay, these guys are doing something from the authentic space. हमने शुरू किया था with saffron, with a something bringing authentic to the table, which even we are not saying it's authentic, the government is saying it's authentic. And after that, when we launched our next set of products, everything was backed by the first product which we launched. So one differentiator that people see is that okay, if you're purchasing dry fruit from Kesar Co, it's not going to have anything mix in that, and that comes out with our figures. 35% repeat rate, I think, speaks for itself.
So on your supply chain, basically you've got some products from Kashmir, some
Yeah.
from Himalayas, right?
Yeah.
Pink salt, I'm guessing is.
Yeah.
And then you're saying they're all sourced, like you've got strong procurement
Yeah.
channels, right? As you scale,
Yeah.
and as your distribution and your procurement channels get wider across the nation,
Yeah.
how do you plan to kind of manage so many different
Yeah, so we are
setups?
already there, just not the northern part of India. But if I have to give you an example, in the whole spices, we do cardamom. So cardamom is a product that comes in from Kerala, and there's a small village called Tekadi in Kerala. So Rahul, who is the co-founder, he actually 70% of his time is with regards to supply chain and procurement. So we have actually divided our task in a way that product ke level pe there should not be any mistake. right? So if I talk about cardamom, it's the same way how we have dealt with saffron, wherein we go to the source, meet the farmers there, go to the auction center, get to know the different grades, the different sizes of the product, understand the product, and then only launch it. Not just, yep, you just go to any trader and then buy it and then sell it. So that's how we have built our supply chains.
Continuing with that, like how, in that way, how would you really scale your supply side? Because on an average, palm holding in India is maybe around 2 acres. So as you scale, currently at a lower scale, it might still be possible, but as you scale, then you might have to partner with probably 10 farmers and eventually 50 farmers, and
Yeah.
then the consistency will not be there because everybody is probably growing it in a different way.
Yeah.
So how do you maintain the same value proposition as you scale on the sourcing side?
Yeah. So I'll tell you something which is already going on right now. So in Jammu, government actually has a lot of initiatives. Not even in Jammu, like we belong to that state, so I'll be speaking for it. But government has a lot of initiatives where they provide lands on lease to the private companies like ours, which will be highly subsidized, where we can set up our own processing unit, so products that belong to that region at least can all be kind of packaged and done from that unit. So that's how I think we'll have to set up eventually, maybe one unit in the northern side, one in the southern side. And that's how we have currently distributed our channel also. We have two branches, one is in Jammu, one is in Bangalore.
Do you have any plans for blends as well?
Blends,
Spices.
not in the next 6 months, but probably after that. Currently, we want to focus on completing our raw products range, because even if I talk about just spices in India, I think the list does not end. So we want to currently focus on completing our existing set of products and then get into the blended and processed.
Got it.
Where will the 5 crores get you in revenue terms?
So, our current year projected revenue is about 10 crore. So, if so, in agri companies, there is a huge scope of opportunity cost, right? So, we all deal with seasonal crops. So, for example, if right now is a season of walnuts, and if I procure say 1 crore of walnuts and then sell it the entire 6 months, I think that margins which I cannot make with no capital for me to invest in opportunity, this kind of capital can be used in those opportunity costs as well.
Okay. And just in terms of how long will it last?
1.5 years should be good, because we do not have a burn model by design. So we have a good rotational cycle,
Okay. And your GM is 45%, right? That's
45%.
is that good by industry standards? Would you know?
It should be around 55. We want to take it there soon to be there. So it's all about volumes in our category. The higher volumes you do, the better margins you can make.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
What's the current monthly scale? You mentioned 2 crores
Yes.
something for the last financial year.
Yeah, sure. So the first quarter we closed at about 1.7 CR, and July was about 85 lakhs, and last month was our biggest. We closed at 1 CR
1 CR
in
only in August.
revenue.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Preeti?
Yeah.
The world is the oyster, like I said.
Sure. I just have one request for all of you. We'll send out a code exclusive for all of you. Please do try our products and do leave us a feedback, because we just want you all to have a taste of what we have built. Thank you so much.
Okay. Absolutely. Ready for the raise of hands, guys? Ready for the raise of hands? Can we have the raise of hands now? Rahul, तुम देख लो. Preeti, you've seen the people that you will help me? Huh? You have? Please get off for Preeti
Thank you.
and Rahul, who's been supporting here. Preeti, make Kesar ho, right? Congratulations for a lovely presentation. Last but not the least, I think the decibels in the room are going to increase a lot, right? Because on stage, we're going to have the founder of Deciwood, Karan. Karan, you there? Getting ready? He's getting ready there. Deciwood, sorry? I think he's going to get ready. And like I said, there's going to be increase in decibels in the room. Deciwood is an Indian manufacturer of beautifully crafted wooden Bluetooth speakers. They're committed to providing excellent quality, portable audio devices in a classic retro design. So imagine something cool in your house with the voices coming out, not a regular Bluetooth speaker, right? But something which looks good in your drawing room or on the bed, on the rooms that you're playing music in. Offering both high quality music, old school charm. Karan, if you're ready. सर उसने डिवाइस ले ली नहीं तो मैं उसे ले लेता. Device looks so cool. Karan, your 5 minutes starts now. All
Yeah,
set.
sure.
Guys, please be ready for Karan at least.
या हाय सो मतलब मेरे को एक क्वेश्चन पूछना है आप सब लोगों से वी ऑल लव टू लिसन म्यूजिक राइट
Yes.
मतलब किसी एक को भी ऐसा इंसान नहीं होगा जिसको म्यूजिक सुनना पसंद नहीं होगा राइट बट एक्चुअली आई केम फ्रॉम दिल्ली राइट तो हमारी दिल्ली में ना एक सिंपल सी लेमैन लैंग्वेज बोली जाती है जिसको बोलते हैं स्पीकर ना चिंगारता है राइट वो मतलब इन शॉर्ट अगर मैं बोलूँ कि डिस्टॉर्ट होता है सो एक्चुअली में अगर मैं बात करूँ कि स्पीकर्स डिस्टॉर्ट होते क्यों हैं और मतलब वाइड ऐसे हो कोई और क्यों नहीं और मतलब बहुत सारे मार्केट में प्लेयर्स हैं देयर आर सो मेनी प्लेयर्स इन द मार्केट राइट बट हम लोग एक्चुअली में हैं फाउंडर्स ठीक है हम कुछ भी कर लें बनिए का दिमाग हमारे अंदर से जाएगा नहीं राइट एज सिंपल एज दैट हम लोग बोस मार्शल हामन कार्डन जेबीएल ये जितने भी बड़े बड़े ब्रांड्स हैं ये अफोर्ड कर सकते हैं बट हमारे दिमाग में एक चीज तो रहती है बस वही चीज बाकी जो लेमैन लोग हैं जिनको नहीं पता कि मतलब एक्चुअली में द मेन कंसर्न अबाउट दैट इज इंडिया के अंदर ऑलमोस्ट 140 करोड़ की आबादी है जिसके अंदर ऑलमोस्ट 10% की ऑडियंस ऐसी है जो कि 25,000 रुपए से ज्यादा कमाती है बाकी जितनी भी ऑडियंस है वो 25,000 रुपए से कम कमाती है मतलब बाकी की भी जो ऑडियंस है उनको भी अच्छा म्यूजिक सुनना है उनको भी मतलब प्रीमियम ऑडियो सुनना है दे कैंट अफोर्ड दैट राइट सो वी आर केम अप विद द टेक्नोलॉजी और जिसके अंदर वी आर द इंडिया फर्स्ट ऑडियो पेटेंटेड ब्रांड जिसके अंदर हम लोग अपनी जो पेटेंट लगा रहे हैं उसकी वजह से हम लोग अपने साउंड को अफोर्डेबल और मतलब प्रीमियम बना के दे पा रहे हैं तो बेसिकली अगर मैं बात करूं कि बाकी ये जो ब्रांड्स हैं और हम में क्या डिफरेंस है एज सिंपल एज दैट जो बाकी ब्रांड्स है वो हमारे साथ मतलब जो डिस्टॉर्शन होता है जो मैंने आपको बताया कि हम लोग डिस्टॉर्शन नहीं क्रिएट करते हैं और बाकी सारे स्पीकर्स जो हैं वो मेजर नॉनदलेस मतलब करते ही करते हैं कि अगर आप फुल वॉल्यूम पे बजाओगे तो उसमें डिस्टॉर्शन आते ही आता है अगर मैं बात करूं बाकी जितने भी स्पीकर्स के ब्रांड है वो प्लास्टिक बॉडी के अंदर बनते हैं अब एक्चुअली में देसी वुड क्यों मतलब कि देसी वुड में वुड का एम्फोसाइज क्यों है द रीजन इज क्वाइट सिंपल कि अगर आपने ढोलक देखी हो तबला देखा हो और बाकी जितने भी म्यूजिकल इक्विपमेंट्स हैं वो सारे के सारे वुड के अंदर बनते हैं आर्डर एमडीएफ के अंदर बनते हैं द रीजन इज क्वाइट सिंपल कि एमडीएफ इज बेटर अकॉस्टिक इन नेचर राइट सो उसकी वजह से हम लोगों ने भी अपने बेस नेचर के अंदर मतलब बेस मटेरियल हम लोगों ने वुड यूज करा है और या तो अगर मैं सॉल्यूशन की बात करूं तो सॉल्यूशन इज सिंपल हमारे पास जो पेटेंटेड टेक है हम लोग उसको यूज कर रहे हैं हमारे पास हम लोग ये जो प्रोडक्ट है ये प्योरली मेड इन इंडिया मतलब पूरा का पूरा 0 to 1 इंडिया के अंदर बन रहा है एक्सेप्ट दो चीजें ब्लूटूथ आईसी एंड लिथियम आयन बैटरी दैट्स इट और अगर मैं बात करूं कि बाकी सारी चीजों में क्या है कि हम लोग इसके अंदर एक सबसे बेस्ट चीज है जो कि मैं आप सब फाउंडर्स वगैरह इन सबसे भी बोलना चाहूंगा कि आप इसके ऊपर अपना कस्टमाइज नाम भी लिखा सकते हो राइट सो व्हाट इज द एनर्जी ट्यूब की टेक्नोलॉजी में उसमें है क्या एक्चुअली में ये जो आप डायग्राम देख पा रहे हो उसमें ये इस डायग्राम के थ्रू हम लोग अपने डिस्टॉर्शन को कैंसिल आउट करते हैं और अगर मैं बात करूं कि जो हमारे पास साउंड एनर्जी होती है राइट तो जैसे अगर आपने कभी बोस का स्पीकर देखा हो तो बोस के स्पीकर्स में दो साइड से आवाज बाहर आती है राइट कि मतलब ये तो फ्रंट एंड से आएगी या बैक एंड से आएगी राइट बाकी जितने भी स्पीकर्स हैं उनमें मेजरली ये होता है कि हर तरफ से साउंड आता है बट हम लोगों ने क्या करा है उसको सिर्फ और सिर्फ इस चीज से फोकस करा है कि हमारे जो पोर्ट्स हैं या हम लोग जो पैसिव रेडिएटर यूज कर रहे हैं उनके थ्रू ही हमारा साउंड है तो दैट्स व्हाई उसका जो चैनलाइजेशन है वो ज़्यादा इम्प्रूव होता है और उसकी वजह से बेटर साउंड आता है। सो अगर मैं बात करूँ कि जो इंडिया के प्लेयर्स हैं और जो बाहर के प्लेयर्स हैं, उनके अंदर सबसे हमारे में डिफरेंशिएशन और उनके में डिफरेंशिएशन क्या है? एक्चुअली में द मेजर थिंग इज़ दैट लाइक इंडिया के अंदर जितने प्लेयर्स हैं, दे मतलब अगर आज की डेट में बात करी जाए तो मेजरली वो लोग चाइना से मैन्युफैक्चर करा रहे हैं। आइदर दे आर वर्किंग ऑन एसकेडी मॉडल कि चाइना से सारा सामान उठ के आएगा। इंडिया के अंदर बहुत सारी बड़ी-बड़ी कंपनीज़ है, जो उनके लिए एसकेडी मॉडल के ऊपर काम कर रही है। बट वी आर मैन्युफैक्चरिंग हियर इट इन इंडिया, राइट? और अगर मैं बात करूँ कि आर-एन-डी के ऊपर, आर-एन-डी इंडिया के अंदर अगर मैं देखूँ तो आर-एन-डी बहुत कम लोग कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि ऑडियो इक्विपमेंट्स की बात है। मार्शल, बोस, बड़े-बड़े जितने भी ब्रांड्स हैं, ये सिर्फ़ और सिर्फ़ आर-एन-डी के ऊपर बने हुए हैं। बट वी आर फोकसिंग ऑन दैट साइड कि यार हम लोगों की अगर आप सेल्स भी देखोगे तो दैट इज़ है कि हम लोग की सेल्स भी अभी उतनी ज़्यादा क्विक नहीं करी है। रीज़न इज़ क्वाइट सिंपल कि हम लोगों का मतलब फोकस ये है कि हम लोग आर-एन-डी के ऊपर प्रोडक्ट बनाएँगे, कंज्यूमर को एक बेस्ट ऑडियो प्रोडक्ट देना है और हमारा जो नीश है, वो प्योरली ऑडियो है। Yeah, so that is a team. Anna is handling all the production and R&D side. He already did BTech from an SIT. M-Tech कर रहा था वो IIT मद्रास से और I was handling investor relation and growth of Dresser. And Akash is handling all the marketing and operation side. Or Gagan is handling all the content and other part. Komal is handling influencer marketing or performance marketing and all. Gopal is handling our accounts and finance. Yeah, so we already sold 20,000 units. हम लोगों का 4 करोड़ का रेवेन्यू है ऑलमोस्ट 2 साल के अंदर. लास्ट ईयर वी डिड 31 लाख. लास्ट ईयर वी डिड 31 lakh. Last year we did close like 2 crore. This year we are closing 9 crore. And बस हम लोगों को जो हम लोगों ने अमेज़न पे लिस्ट करा था विदिन 3 मंथ्स अमेज़न चॉइस के ऊपर हमारे पास अमेज़न चॉइस टैग आ गया था विदिन 3 मंथ्स. और अगर मैं बात करूँ कि हमारा करंट एमआरआर क्या है, एमआरआर डजंट डिपेंड, राइट? हमारा जो सेगमेंट है, ये सेगमेंट पूरा का पूरा एआरआर के ऊपर डिपेंड करता है. और हमारा जो लास्ट टू लास्ट ईयर का रेवेन्यू था, एज आई ऑलरेडी टोल्ड यू, 31 लाख 2 CR एंड करेंटली इट्स 9 CR. तो हमारा आरओआई क्या है? हमारा आरओआई 3 to 5x है. हमारा जो कैक है विच इज ऑलमोस्ट 750 to 800 रुपीज, विच हमारे पास जो कैक टू एलटीवी का रेशियो आता है विच इज ऑलमोस्ट 4:1. एंड ऑलमोस्ट अगर मैं बात करूं कि हम लोग 20 से 25 हजार यूनिट्स बेच चुके हैं, हमारा रिपीट ऑर्डर परसेंटेज कम है. द रीजन बिहाइंड दैट इज वी आर ओनली केटरिंग टू ऑडियो मार्केट एंड प्लस ब्लूटूथ स्पीकर्स कैटेगरी राइट नाउ. हम लोगों ने साउंड बार लॉन्च कर रहे हैं, मतलब मोस्ट ऑफली दिवाली के अंदर वो लॉन्च हो जाएगा. हमारे ग्रॉस मार्जिन अभी 65% है, बट वी कैन एक्सटेंड इट अप टू 85 to 90%. वी कैन इजीली डू दैट. So these are a couple of the angel investors who are on the cap table. Sandeep Agarwal from Room, he already make 2 unicorns, Shop Clues and Room. Weber Vardhan from Inc42. Fitzoke Rahul Sureka, Google ke Coach Amaria, and Ume from Rigzo and Pixel. And there are another founders backing us. Name is Shubham Mishra and Ravi, from Pixels. So these are our cap table. Yeah. So we are raising 12 CR and at 60 crore valuation. And yeah, rest of. And we would love to get you all the products कि मतलब हमारा प्रोडक्ट बाय करो, डिस्काउंट दे दूंगा. बाकी 15% 10% जो भी बोलोगे. एंड
ये दिखा दो थोड़ा सा.
नहीं, हाँ सुना सकते हैं, बट तो इतना बड़ा हॉल है तो दैट्स वाई.
हम लोग दिल बड़ा है हमारा.
अच्छा ठीक.
Jaji, you want to hear that, right?
कैसे कर लूँ?
Now you looking at rock star.
जिन्ना हरे रंग दी लेक तू हरे रंग दी लेक लोक तेरे नाल फोटोआं लैण दी कुड़ी बड़ा दी भैण तैनू बिजली कै ओछे उत्ते गिरदी बचदा वी कख नहीं आरे विच के रैण बेना तेरे उत्ते आया कोहरो पा के नचाया आज.
Well, the sound played and I could see people tap their feet, right? Yuri, all yours.
I missed. When did you start?
We started in 2019, last, before then COVID.
Okay. And pricing may, I think I was not able to see the text, but as in pricing, like how are you compared to, let's say, something like boat? Because boat also, from the positioning perspective, they also say
They
they
are
are
they
mass
they are
market price
majorly
competitive.
absolutely they are majorly focusing on 900 rupees to 5,000 rupees maximum, right? But we are catering to we are also similar to that, but our plan is to get more SKUs in higher price range. We are actually the major difference between that is 5,000 to 15,000. There is a huge gap, right? There is only single brand which the name is JBL, right? उसके अलावा कोई भी इंडिया का ब्रांड ही एग्जिस्ट नहीं करता इस मार्केट के अंदर। बाकी जितने भी ब्रांड्स है, मार्शल की अगर बात करेंगे, मार्शल का विलन जो आता है, ये उन्होंने रिसेंटली लॉन्च करा है, विच कम्स अराउंड 9,999, राइट? और बोट का जो सबसे एक्सपेंसिव प्रोडक्ट है, विच कम्स अराउंड लाइक 4,955।
मैं सेम प्रोडक्ट की बात कर रहा हूँ, लेट्स से सेम प्रोडक्ट जो आपके पास भी है, बोट के पास भी, उसमें प्राइसिंग कंपैरिजन
हाँ,
दिखेगा।
बोट के पास जो सबसे महंगा प्रोडक्ट है, उसमें हमारा कॉस्टली है। मतलब हमारा ये 35 वॉट का है, एंड जो वॉटेज है ना, सो टू बी ऑनेस्ट, वॉटेज जो है वो एक गिमिक है। चाहे वो बोस की बात, बोस तो आपको मतलब देयर इज सिंपल क्वेश्चन, राइट? बोस भी अपनी वॉट डिफाइन नहीं करता। उसका 10,000 रुपए का भी प्रोडक्ट अगर आप बाय करोगे, तो बोस डिडंट डिफाइन देयर वॉट्स।
नहीं, sorry, my question is कि for a similar kind of a product, how
हम्म,
is your product different, or what aspect of your product is better than,
श्योर
let's say, something in the similar price range?
श्योर श्योर श्योर। सो एक्चुअली में द मेन थिंग इज दैट लाइक इन इंडिया ना, देयर इज अ कॉमन थिंग व्हिच इज कॉल्ड ब्रैग, राइट? इफ यू कांट brag any brand, right? Then you can't scale. इवन अगर आज की डेट में आप अभी भी हमारा इंस्टाग्राम खोल के देखोगे, मेजरली चांसेस ये हैं कि हमारे इंस्टाग्राम पे लोग पेज पे स्टोरीज डालते ही डालते हैं विद टैग आवर ब्रांड, राइट? कि मतलब जैसे से हम लोगों ने ये स्पीकर बाय करा है, सो दैट इज फर्स्ट। सो लोगों को यूनिकनेस पसंद है। सेकंड बेस्ट थिंग इज दैट अगर क्लियर डिस्टॉर्शन है, राइट? सबसे पहले जो एक कंज्यूमर का पर्सपेक्टिव होता है, इट इज सिंपल कि यार मेरे को स्पीकर मैं बाय कर रहा हूँ, तो मैं क्यों बाय कर रहा हूँ? फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल वो लुक की वजह से बाय करता है, साउंड उसको पता नहीं चलता। द रीजन इज क्वाइट सिंपल कि हम लोग अभी ऑफलाइन नहीं है, दैट्स व्हाई उसको साउंड के बारे में पता ही नहीं चलेगा। बट व्हेन ही गॉट द प्रोडक्ट, उसके बाद जब वो साउंड चेक करेगा, तो देन द साउंड इज मोर क्लियर देन अदर स्पीकर्स, क्योंकि हम लोगों में से सब लोगों ने एक ना एक स्पीकर तो कभी ना कभी बाय करा होता है, या फिर हमारे पेरेंट्स ने बाय करा होता है। उसकी जो क्लियरिटी है और जो हमारी क्लियरिटी है, इट्स टोटली डिफरेंट, राइट? कि मतलब उसका जो साउंड है वो बिल्कुल क्लियर है, हमारा कितना क्लियर है, तो दैट इज समथिंग व्हाट वी आर हैविंग राइट नाउ।
What's your product pipeline like?
Product pipeline is currently we are launching SKU soundbar and party speaker. Party speaker is having something like karaoke, and after that we are launching headphones, wooden headphones. That is totally unique in the market. Headphone wooden के आज तक इंडिया की मार्केट के अंदर किसी ने लॉन्च करे ही नहीं है। There is a single brand called that House of Marley, right? That is brand बॉब मार्ले का जो बेटा है उसने शुरू करा था, हाउस ऑफ मार्ले। तो वो उसने वुडन हेडफोन शुरू करे थे, एंड वी आर लॉन्चिंग दैट इन इंडिया, और वो हमारा R&D उसके ऊपर चल रहा है, तो वी आर सून लॉन्चिंग दैट।
In terms of your manufacturing setup,
हम्म।
as you launch more products, scale and stuff, how easy is that to scale up? And also, you had some very ambitious GM increase
हम्म।
from 65 to 80. So how does that
श्योर।
work?
सो एक्चुअली में इंडिया गवर्नमेंट ने एक सिंपल सी चीज निकाली है, विच इज टैक्सेशन, राइट? दैट्स व्हाई बोर्ड के लिए जो रिस्पेक्ट है वो मेरे लिए और ज्यादा बढ़ गई। द रीजन इज क्वाइट सिंपल कि उन्होंने मैन्युफैक्चरर्स को ये चीज दिखा दी कि यार देख, तू मैन्युफैक्चरिंग कर, मैं तेरा प्रोडक्ट बेचूंगा, राइट? सो अगर मैं बात करूँ डिक्सन के साथ, डिक्सन चार्जिंग ओनली 8% ऑफ द टैक्स, राइट? सो अब जो इनका मार्जिन है वो भी इसी वजह से इंक्रीज हुआ है, क्योंकि अगर मैं टैक्सेशन की बात करूंगा तो 48% का टैक्स लगता था, अगर वो पूरा का पूरा जो SKU है वो इंडिया के अंदर बना के ला रहे हैं, राइट? अभी इन लोगों ने क्या करा है कि इन लोगों ने डिक्सन के साथ और बहुत सारी कंपनीज के साथ इन लोगों ने पार्टनर कर लिया है। सो रीजन इज सिंपल कि उनका जो परसेंटेज जो बन रहा था वो भी इंक्रीज हो चुका है, और इसी की वजह से आज की डेट में जो आप बोल रहे थे कि स्केल की क्या वो है, तो स्केल के लिए भी हमारे पास सबसे बेटर चीज ये है कि जो लोग हैं, जो मतलब एरियंस हैं, वो आज के डेट में हमारे पास सामने से आ रहे हैं। क्योंकि पहले उनके लिए सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज क्या रहता था कि वो बोलते थे कि यार अगर 10,000 यूनिट नहीं है तो वी कैन टेकल दैट, राइट। बट आज के डेट में जिनको पता है कि यार ये ब्रांड आगे बढ़ेगा या क्या होगा, देन दे आर गेटिंग अस कि यार भाई हमसे बात कर लो, हम करा देंगे। बट द मेन थिंग इज दैट अभी हमारी मैन्युफैक्चरिंग फैसिलिटी हमारी खुद की ही है। द रीजन इज क्वाइट सिंपल कि अभी टाइम तक हम लोग स्केल करने का मतलब जब स्केल करेंगे जब हम लोगों को ओईएम के ऊपर ट्रस्ट आ जाएगा। अभी हम लोगों ने सैंपल यूनिट्स दे रखे हैं कुछ कुछ को कि 200 यूनिट 300 यूनिट, एंड हम लोगों ने वो सेल भी कर दिए। और वहां से हमारे पास जैसी फीडबैक आएगा देन वी कैन स्केल इट अप। क्योंकि अगर हम लोग अभी स्केल कर देंगे और मतलब सिर्फ अंधाधुंध मतलब ये करेंगे कि यार स्केल करना है, देन दैट डजंट मेक सेंस। क्योंकि हो सकता है वो 10 साल 12 साल की ब्रांड चले, वरना मतलब जैसे बोस है, बोस ऑलरेडी 100 साल से ज्यादा चल चुका है, राइट। तो उसका रीजन ही ये है कि वो आर&डी के ऊपर फोकस है, क्वालिटी के ऊपर फोकस है, एंड दैट्स व्हाई दे स्टूड इन द मार्केट। और आज के डेट में भी अगर किसी को भी स्पीकर लेना है तो वो बोस ज्यादा प्रेफर करता है।
When you say R&D, what do you mean?
आर&डी इन द मीन्स लाइक कि अगर आप देखोगे ना हर प्रोडक्ट के अंदर ना कुछ गलतियां होती हैं, राइट। तो उस प्रॉब्लम को सॉल्व करना, राइट, उस चीज को सॉल्व करना इंडिया के अंदर पावर है। बट इंडिया वांट डजंट वांट टू डू दैट, राइट। मेजरली वो क्या करते हैं, जितने भी प्लेयर्स हैं वो चाइना जाते हैं, चाइना से उठा के माल लेके आते हैं, दैट्स सिंपल, राइट। बट हम लोगों का फोकस यही है कि जैसे स्पीकर की डिस्टॉर्शन की प्रॉब्लम है, ये सिर्फ हमें, ऐसा तो नहीं है कि हम लोगों को भगवान ने बताया कि भाई डिस्टॉर्शन आती है स्पीकर्स में। ये आपको भी पता है, मेरे को भी पता है, सबको पता है। व्हाई डोंट यू फोकस ऑन दैट साइड कि यार स्पीकर के अंदर डिस्टॉर्शन आती है तो क्यों ना इस चीज को सॉल्व करा जाए। दैट्स व्हाई वी केम इनटू द पिक्चर। एंड जैसे हेडफोन्स है, राइट, हेडफोन्स के अंदर सबसे बड़ी जो दिक्कत आती है विदाउट वायर, वायर के साथ नहीं होती, विदाउट वायर सबसे बड़ी दिक्कत हेडफोन्स के साथ क्या आती है कि आप उसमें कॉल पे बात नहीं कर सकते क्योंकि माइक की क्वालिटी उतनी क्लियर नहीं होती। अगर मैं बात करूँ TWS विच इज एयरपॉड्स, राइट, एयरपॉड्स के अंदर वो इशू नहीं है। बट अगर हेडफोन्स की बात है तो हेडफोन्स में वो इशू आता ही रहता है, जो कि हम सब ने देखा हुआ है, हम लोगों ने देखा हुआ है कि यार इस चीज को कैसे टैकल कर सकते हैं। बट इस चीज के ऊपर सॉल्यूशन निकालना, दैट इज समथिंग यूनिक। सो वो चीज हम लोग कर रहे हैं और उसके लिए थोड़ा टाइम लग रहा है। श्योर वी आर स्किपिंग दैट।
How much do you spend on marketing on monthly basis?
We are spending 4 to 5 lakh. That's why you don't have heard about Desigood.
Judy, hold on. Huh? Akash?
काशी करण,
Karan, sorry. Karan, speak to your fellow.
यार गाने मैंने बजा आपके कान। ठीक है।
Why don't you speak to your fellow founders and ask for help?
श्योर श्योर श्योर। फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल ये चीज मैंने आपको बता दी कि एक कूपन हम लोग जो हमारा कूपन नॉर्मल चलता है वही चलाएंगे। आप प्रोडक्ट को बाय करो, यूज करो, और देखो प्रोडक्ट की क्वालिटी के ऊपर मतलब अगर कोई भी आपको डाउट लग रहा है या कुछ भी अगर आपको लग रहा है कि इंप्रूव करने की जरूरत है, देन वी आर हैप्पी टू देयर, राइट। कि मतलब मेरे को वो क्वेश्चंस मतलब एक्चुअली में भी मैंने कस्टमर से ही बात को मतलब करना शुरू करा और मैंने उसको वीडियो भी बनाना शुरू करा अभी रिसेंटली। तो मतलब मेरे को कस्टमर से, आप लोगों से फीडबैक सुनना है कि मतलब क्या इम्प्रूवमेंट कर सकते हैं। इवन यू गाइस एज वेल, आप लोग भी स्पीकर सुनो और हमें फीडबैक दो कि हाउ वी कैन इम्प्रूव दैट। एंड इट्स इट।
I gave you feedback in the morning.
हाँ हाँ।
This thing looks like a Marshal of India of sort, right? If someone used a Marshal.
Right, Marshall operates in 1%, right? 40,000 रुपए का
मैं भी
स्पीकर।
1% ही हूँ. I
हाँ,
don't
आई
get
नो
this.
आई नो आई नो, आप अभिषेक सर बाकी सारे लोग यही हो, बट जो बाकी लोग हैं
By heart 1%, not by mouth. But give it up. Give it up for Karan here, guys. Lovely presentation. Raise of hands. Would like to collaborate with Karan? Sir, आप खड़ा नहीं कर रहे इस बार. Thank you, Karan.
थैंक
Thank
यू
you for having us. What a lovely presentation, guys. We will have the results slightly later, right? But now you've gone through all the presentation, right? We will be selecting winners on that. But what are the key criteria we're looking at once we select the winners? The criteria are 5 folds. One being, of course, the team itself, right? There is no starter without the team itself, right? The product and the positioning the product is taken, right? That's very important, how uniquely you're presented, how uniquely you're placed to scale up. The scalability of the product itself, how scalable the product could be, the unit economics, and finally the funding ask. With these 5 parameters, our esteemed jury will decide the winners. And what will the winner get? Money? No, not today, right? But you will get a growth package worth 12 lakh rupees from our partners to help you in your journey. And the partners include Bytespeed, Nectar, Amiza, iThing Logistics, AWS, Bytespeed. Okay, they have 2 Bytespeed. They paid twice, it seems. Zestart, Quick Reply, Contlo, EasyCom, Go Glocal, Idea Studio, Fuel Growth, Seek, Zippy, Pop, Start to Profit. And these are all going to be giving you some credits to help you with the journey. Can I have Kshitij on stage? Kshitij, 2 शब्द आप भी बोल दीजिए उससे पहले हम बाकी जरिए देंगे. So Kshitij is actually, you know, one of those people in the 3 of them जो सिर्फ वहां पे खड़े रहते हैं, right? वो आते नहीं है, उनको बुलाना पड़ता है, right? Kshitij.
Hey guys, I would like to just thank the jury for taking out time and coming over for the Pitchathon. You know, one of the juries actually traveled down from Mumbai specifically for the Pitchathon and, you know, came all the way. So I think, guys, hello. Yeah, sorry. So I think I was not audible. But I was saying I would like to just thank the jury for taking out time and, you know, evaluating these wonderful startups. And I would also like to thank all the startups for giving out time for this Pitchathon and the lovely audience here. So thank you so much, guys, and a big round of applause for our jury and the startups here. Thank you.
Thanks. Just stay on stage. Rahul, Varun, Naman, you guys seem to exercise. You guys exercise? You guys do weight training? If you missed your weight training today, we're going to help you do it right on stage. Why don't you come on stage? And Kshitij,
Yeah.
we will present you with a token of appreciation. And the appreciation is coming from a lot of brands. And each bag is 25 kgs. Rahul, Naman, Varun, please come on stage and join us. Guys, Varun, please give it up for Varun. That's Naman. That's Naman. And last but not the least, Rahul. I think Suchi had to go somewhere because of some urgent work. So I will take her back home with me. Guys, stay on stage, right? We have to stay on stage for like 10 more seconds. We will be clicking a picture. No, we have to get the bag on. How is the speed? I don't know it out. So guys, the picture you gotta pick it up like this, like a flex. Just to tell. Oh, it's tough, no? It is tough. I, okay. We'll just one more second. We just call the participants also, so we can get a click with you, right? Maya, Akash, you there? Akash. Okay. To sleep. Mohit, Priti, Rahul, Karan. Where is Karan? Karan. Guys, please give it up for the Pitchathon participants and the jury. It seems like taps are on your faces. सर एक और बार ना कोई मुक्का मार देगा कोई ध्यान से. Guys, thank you very much for staying for the Pitchathon. Our next segment is going to happen outside near the exhibit area where we have IT and we're going to have speed networking. And I want to explain there what speed networking is all about. I'll see you guys outside. Thank you for being a lovely audience, and all the very best to all the participants. For me, all of you are winners, and I'm going to take more samples.
We had 6 brands present in front of about 25 investors, all relevant to the D2C ecosystem. I am Vikas Dinar, founder of Happilo. Fantastic being here at the D2C Insider event. Great crowd here, great brands, great enablers, great partners, and fantastic tools. Tinder is outdated because we've got something special for you. It's called speed networking. Look at this. We have about 50 D2C entrepreneurs speed networking here and exchanging ideas, building relationships, and figuring out what's the good ideas to take from each other and what we can learn together. So, I, I, so I, set up three beautiful discussions, the great shows, and how you can do a lot from founder. What's the name of productions inside? So, my first D2C Insider event, and the community is electrifying. I think there's a strong movement here. We're at the heart of it. World take notice. D2C Insider is here. A lot of people say Bangalore is all about tech, but we really saw the B2C buzz in the ecosystem. We had the best investors, the best enablers, the best founders. And the great part about D2C Insider is that everyone feels safe as a community. We feel safe to share. I had more than 15 founders come to me and say, "Hey, I don't want money. I don't want funding. It's only advice on a specific problem." It's an amazing creation of ideas, collaboration that we have at D2C Insider. Incredible crowd, incredible energy. What lucky we having that. We actually have a chapter. It was lovely interacting with so many brilliant minds, and it was humbling as well. See, every category is going to open up, new brands being bought, and leaving a legacy behind for consumers in the future to enjoy and cherish. So all the best to all the founders building, and if we can play a small part in helping you with your success, we'd be so happy as Shopify. Thank you. Huge kudos to the D2C Insider community for putting this off. excited, was very nervous, anxiety. यार कोलकाता कैसे होगा क्या होगा? I think East India has killed it today. We had 140 plus entrepreneurs today coming to the D2C Insider CXO meet in Kolkata. You know, people say there is no sort of American target. That's totally wrong. This is a city that's causing with next time I come here, event is going to be 5x. She's kind of completely efficient life. She's outside Boston partners. We should done it over. I wish there was another event somewhere else. But it's been incredible. It's literally, it's like a family, big family wedding where everyone comes together and has a great fun. When we were starting, it was the same case. We were not able to gather even 50, 60 folks, and we actually completed our event with 130 folks, and that was, you know, with a lot of energy. You know, this is Ajay Rao, founder of Bengaluru. Super excited to be here at the final fourth stop of the D2C Insider Calcutta edition. Very excited to see such a vibrant community here. I think Calcutta has a massive amount of potential. Hi guys, I think an amazing event, another event in our series we have had in Kolkata, the Pitchathon CXO meet. And I think when we started this concept of doing in Kolkata, we all thought that it was impossible. So, so glad to see the whole community come together. Thank you all our partners. We have more than 15 ecosystem partners to make it happen. I am Suresh co-founder of Bottle Key. And it's fantastic to be here. It's a fantastic integration of the ecosystem in the city, and D2C Insider doing a fantastic job getting all the D2C founders across the city into one room so that we can all check it. D2C meetup was 3 times bigger than 1,000 people. So pleasantly surprised to see how amazing this community and the kind of energy. Kapil Makhija. I'm the CEO of Unicommerce. In addition to the D2C Insider community, but it's very heartening to see such a vibrant community. This is the first one we're associated for the event. And of course, I'm a D2C founder, so very happy to be here today. So this D2C Insider community has helped me a lot. So every time I used to ask the questions in the community, and I really get the quick solutions from the fellow D2C members. So I'm Rishabh Mariwala. I'm an investor. We run Sharp Ventures. Today is fantastic. I think I love the energy. I think I've met some top quartile entrepreneurs. Kitan Claudia, who is the founding member of D2C Insider, which together from World Invest. Good part about this community is most of the people want to support and want to make it bigger and bigger. Positively surprised with so many people who've shown up today. I think it's vibrant, it's fun, and look forward to studying the rest of this with the other members. But thank again, D2C Insider. Great event today. D2C as a community blossom and D2C Insider absolutely lead this revolution. I'm always very excited to meet fellow founders and very senior people from the industry. It's always a great learning and new experience. And it's been great. Everything has been so energetic, so great. Amazing. Didn't know that Bombay event could be so successful. But who thought that you will have 280 phenomenal founders to be a part of this amazing evening? So, one of the best actually. That's what's group I created. I see that there are four personal people in the community units. So all of these are experiences. D2C Insider has been a phenomenal partner of the ecosystem, right? And they have been there to support the entrepreneurs. We are just enablers. We are trying to do our best to get these founders along in the journey. And frankly, there is literally no community that I've been a part of that's like D2C Insider. Just on the entire immense CXO chapter that he's doing, three chapters. I think these are about four chapters, but Calcutta one is yet to happen. So it was Delhi, Bombay, Bangalore. It was of course Delhi. We said partner with the brands and the entire see. this year in terms of etc. etc. So I've been seeing these guys work as somebody said that work like volunteers, like owners, supposed to do it back up. The industry. I'm super thrilled to see such a huge turnout of women co-founders and to see our numbers are growing and the world is accepting and saluting us for what we're achieving every I think it's just brilliant. It's lovely to meet so many fellow entrepreneurs, so many entrepreneurs who are just beginning to start up. There is just so much energy on the floor. And I think it's very interesting because it takes you back in time and you started because there's so many questions and it's amazing to see that the journeys of most entrepreneurs is almost the same. Very surprised and happy about the turnout. Everyone is so energetic, and a lot of people are building beautiful businesses, which we don't talk a lot about. So it's a great opportunity for everyone to come together on this platform and enjoy this. D2C meetup got 3 times bigger than we have 1,000 people. So pleasantly surprised to see how amazing this community and the kind of energy. Kapil Matija, I'm the CEO of Unicommerce. In addition to the D2C Insider community, but it's very heartening to see such a vibrant community. This is the first one we're associated for the event. And of course, I'm a D2C founder, so we're very happy to be here. So this D2C Insider community has helped me a lot. So every time I used to ask the questions in the community, and I really get the quick solutions from the fellow D2C members. So I'm Rishabh Mariwala. I'm an investor. We run Sharp Ventures. Today is fantastic. I think I love the energy. I think I've met some top quartile entrepreneurs. Shipit Yadav, who is the founding member of D2C Insider. Krishna Yadav from World Invest. Good part about this community is most of the people want to support and want to make it bigger and bigger. Positively surprised with so many people who've shown up today. I think it's vibrant, it's fun, and we look forward to spending the rest of this day with the other founders. But thank you, D2C Insider. Great event today. D2C as a community blossom and D2C Insider absolutely lead this revolution. I'm always very excited to meet fellow founders and very senior people from the industry. It's always a great learning and new experience. And it's been great. Everything has been so energetic, so great. amazing. Didn't know that Bombay event could be so successful. But who thought that we will have 280 phenomenal founders to be a part of this amazing evening? So that's going to help us out in that journey. So that's what this WhatsApp group I created. I see that there are 4 people in the community today. So all of these are parents. D2C Insider has been a phenomenal partner of the ecosystem, right? And they have been there to support the entrepreneurs. We are just enablers. We are trying to do our best to get these founders along in the journey. And frankly, there is literally no community that I've been a part of that's like D2C Insider. Just complete that and CXO chapter, this is doing 3 chapters. I think these are about 4 chapters, but Calcutta one is yet to happen. So New Delhi, Bombay, Bangalore. It was of course a Delhi. We have partnered with the brands and the entire see. This year in terms of D2C not will happen. etc. So I've been seeing these guys work as somebody said that work their volunteers like honors. This to get back up. The industry. I'm super thrilled to see such a huge turnout of winning co-founders, and it's good to see our numbers are growing and the world is accepting and saluting us for what we're achieving every. I think it's just brilliant. It's lovely to meet so many fellow entrepreneurs and so many entrepreneurs who are just beginning to start out. There is just so much energy on the floor. And I think it's very interesting because it takes you back in time and you started because there's so many questions and it's amazing to see that the journeys of most entrepreneurs is almost the same. Very surprised and happy about the turnout. Everyone is so energetic, and a lot of people are building beautiful businesses, which they don't talk a lot about. So it's a great opportunity for everyone to come together on this platform and enjoy this. So if this D2C meetup was 3 times bigger, then we'd have 1,000 people. So pleasantly surprised to see how amazing this community and the kind of energy. Kapil Makhija, I'm the CEO of Unicommerce. In addition to the D2C Insider community, but it's very heartening to see such a vibrant community. This is the first time we're associated for the event. And of course, D2C founders will be very happy to be here. So this D2C Insider community has helped me a lot. So every time I used to ask the questions in the community, and I really get the quick solutions from the fellow D2C members. So I'm Rishabh Mariwala. I'm an investor. We run Sharp Ventures. It is fantastic. I think I love the energy. I think I've met some top quartile entrepreneurs. It's Nadia, who's the founding member of D2C Insider. With Arjun Nadia from World Invest. Good part about this community is most of the people want to support and want to make it bigger and bigger. Positively surprised with so many people who've shown up today. I think it's vibrant, it's fun, and look forward to spending the rest of the evening with the other founders. But thank you again to D2C Insider. Great event today. D2C as a community blossom and D2C Insider absolutely lead this revolution. I'm always very excited to meet fellow founders and very senior people from the industry. It's always great learning and new experience from me. It's been great. Everything has been so energetic, so great. Amazing. Didn't know that one day events would be so successful. But who thought that you will have 280 phenomenal founders to be a part of this amazing movement? Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be starting with the evening session and panel discussions now. Request everybody to please get seated. Folks outside uh, the pre-function area, request everybody to please get in. We will be starting with the evening sessions now and requesting everybody to please get seated. Folks standing behind, folks at the back, you have enough time to network. Request everybody to please get seated. Requesting all panelists who are part of the discussions for the evening to come in front for your reserved seats. Requesting all panelists to come in front for your panel discussions. Requesting people at the back. I can see some people standing behind and talking. I will have to start calling out names, guys. Please get seated. We need to start these sessions now. Ushish, you need to get people seated. Okay, guys, everybody, please come inside. We're starting the evening sessions. Requesting all panelists to please come in the front row. Okay, guys at the back, request everybody to please get seated. Guys near the door, request everyone to please get seated. Kunali, Saravi, saying request you to please get seated. Now I've called out. Those people around you need to get seated.
So I could hear myself again. So how many people who've been here since morning? So you can welcome me back now because I've been welcoming you back for the entire day. But welcome back, all of you, right? I think when you start in Karan, when you start a day, right? So the energy of the event and kind of interaction you had throughout the day defines how many people you get, right? E-commerce parlance से customer retention कितना है मोटा मोटी, right? Sir, 98% customer retention चलेगा. Please give it up yeah, for you guys. You've been here since morning. You've been a lovely audience, right? Now we are getting towards the final segments of the event and the day, right? I think most of you guys have been excited and waiting for the day. And this segment especially, right? We have our dignitaries already in the room. You will be in August company of a lot of more folks who are just trickling in. But we'll get started. We'll get started. Can I see a round of applause to see how are the energy in the room? थोड़ा और चाय पिलाइए खाना खिलाया है. I would like to invite one of the cornerstones of D2C Insider, who've been at it selflessly for so much time. It's not funny. I've been associated with them for the past 12 months. This is the 8th event I'm attending with them. That's a testimony to the commitment to the cause from this team. Like I said, this is not just their job. They run brands, they work there, but still find time to work hard for the community. It's a testament to the kind of feeling they have for this community and the feeling of social good for everybody. Can I have on stage Mr. Chitik Nadia, guys? Thank you, Rajat. I think, guys, we should begin the evening by giving a big round of applause to Rajat. He's been spending a lot of energy in ensuring that we all come together. It's a he's been an active volunteer of the community, and without us telling, he was like, "So kuch bata yaar, kya chahiye? I'll get it done." Right? And I just had to tell him, "यार, even संभालना." He's like, don't worry, it'll be done." And I think that's what is the power of this community. That's what is the kind of passion that keeps us alive. That's what is the passion that keeps us going and kind of be an active member of this community. So guys, the journey of the community has been that we started in 2019. One simple objective: we don't know how to build D2C brands. Let's come together and figure it out together, solve together, right? With that simple objective, a WhatsApp group got created. 15-20 members came together, all started sharing problems, all started sharing solutions, right? And that's when we realized that this is a genuine need for the community, right? Because there was no D2C playbook available back then. Because, for a lot of us, there are structured playbooks available. We've seen case studies, we have success stories, the likes of Boat, Mama Earth, Sugar Cosmetics, etc., scaling up, making it large. But back then, we did not have this. So, for young entrepreneurs like all of us, we do not know what's the right way to build a D2C brand. And we thought, okay, let's come together, keep sharing our problems, keep finding solutions, because the solution that someone else would have solved 3 months back might be a problem for me today. And that was a simple reason by which this community got started. And starting a community is one thing, but I think the only reason for the success of this community has been that each and every member, just like all of us here, have selflessly helped our fellow entrepreneurs. We have seen people who are active competitors in their own space. I'll give you an example. Right? We have eSafe and we have Sorona, both on our community. And both of them have helped each other at different times for solving a problem which is extremely core to their individual businesses. And I think that is the spirit that D2C Insider as a community has been able to carry. And it has only happened because of all of us as members coming together and thinking that we are actually challenger brands and we are challenging the incumbents. If we all keep thinking about that, okay, I have a small competitor within my own D2C space, let's think through that we are all a very small pond of a larger ocean. And we are all actually challenging these incumbents. And with that pieces, with that spirit, is where we've seen everybody coming together and helping each other. So that's the real true essence of our community. And that has only happened because of all the members here.
Today, when we look at these events, we've seen that, as a community, this is our 10th event that we've done this year. Extremely tough if I were to think about it, how did we pull it off? But it only happened because everyone came together to help out whenever something had to be done. And a classic example was Rajat I just mentioned, right? And not only him, right? There is a team of about 80 volunteers working across different cities, helping on different initiatives, and making all of these community engagements possible. So this community has been by the people, of the people, of all founders coming together with one simple aim: let's make India a brand nation. And that's been the theory that has worked for us all throughout. But where are we right now, right, as a community? It's great to say that we are about 7,000 founders strong put together, making D2C Insider the largest D2C brand community in India. We have more than 500 investors in our community, more than 1,000 enablers who are part of the ecosystem as well. So, as the community has been growing, this year we thought, while the community has grown so much, there has been constant requests from a lot of members in our community to help them out on various initiatives. But as Rajat mentioned, we were all busy, running our respective startups. But we said that, that the community has become too big and it is important for all of us to think through how do we create some structure to this. And that is the time when we decided that let's start building a full-time team. And we looked at 4 key initiatives that we wanted to solve for the community. The 4 initiatives are access, network, knowledge, and capital. Access is essentially what our community is all about, which I just spoke about, right? That if you need any help, you put a message at the group. Whether you need an investor, whether you need a problem to be solved, whether your shipment is not going through on Amazon, whether your Shopify account is frozen, the solutions are available right there on the group. That's the access power that the community has created. The second important thing that we wanted to solve for is network. And I think the initiatives done during this year of these 10 events that we are talking about has been a step towards that. Because the most common request from the community was that we want to meet more often. We want to learn from each other more often. And can we create some forum to make that happen? And I think these events have been a testimony towards that. The third is knowledge. So time and again, we've done a lot of tangential stuff as far as knowledge is concerned with respect to doing webinars. We did webinars with ONDC, Startup India, etc. But we realized that there needs to be some structured way of delivering this knowledge, to the young entrepreneurs coming in the community. So I met someone, I don't remember who, today, and he was saying that the 0 to 1 journey, the early stage journey is where a founder needs a lot of help. And if there is some kind of a playbook that can be created, which can be given to the founder, that can make his or her life very easy. We thought, how do we make that happen? Right? I said, you have a gold mine of all resources available on the community itself. Right? There'll be someone who will come and say, okay, I'm very good at marketing. Let me teach marketing to the young entrepreneurs. There's someone who can say, I'm very good at logistics. Let me come and teach logistics to our fellow entrepreneurs. So thinking on those lines and looking at how do you create such structured programs. And fourth is on the capital side. Right? On the capital side, again, we realize that there are a lot of entrepreneurs in our community who are looking to invest back into the ecosystem. Either people who have gotten exits, people who have who come in from rich family houses or are running large profitable businesses. They all have been able to, they want to invest back into D2C brands, right? And a lot of brands want to take money from relevant entrepreneurs. So thinking of creating, how do we create this regional network between members of our community itself, wherein we can ensure that people within the community can raise from people or members from the community itself, right? So these are the 4 things that we want to do, guys, and all of these things is impossible. On the face of it, you might see a few of us, talking more on the groups, driving some initiatives. But guys, that's not true, right? Really, what is happening is there is a large team of volunteers, of about 80 to 100 volunteers, who are actually actively working on different initiatives on the community and making all of these things possible for all of us. So there is a big round of applause for all the volunteers who are actually putting in that hard work, right, and making it happen for us. I'd like to begin with, end my conversation rather by thanking each one of us who have actually helped in making this event a grand success. First of all, our co-partners, ShipRocketX and Go Global, our supporting partners, Emiza, Easy Ecom, and Tech7. Guys, without them, it was very tough for us to pull off these events. So a big thank you to all of them here. Then, the team of volunteers who are actually making it happen, working on the ground, people who are not known to a lot of us, right? Unfortunately, on the groups, me, Abhishek and Shruti end up talking more than everybody else, and hence people know us more. But that's not true, right? It's actually the people behind the scenes who have made it happen. We have Ashutosh. I don't know if you guys can stand up, please. We have Ashutosh from the operations. He heads all the operations, driving the event. I don't know if he's here. I'll be solving some problems again. We have Reshmi, who's been an active volunteer with us. Kushbu, Shubhashish. I mean, if you can raise your hand, you're standing already, right? There's Payal. Can I see Payal? Right. So all of these guys have actually made it happen, guys. And there are a lot of people behind the scenes. There is Akshay who takes care of all the beautiful creatives that you see out here. There's Arun who takes care of all the finances, ensuring invoices are coming out. There is Aman Singh who's driving all the registration process. With a lot of them, right, who have actually given their heart and soul towards making this evening a grand success. So a big thank you to all of them. A big thank you to all our workshop speakers for today who have again taken out time, created those presentations, and imparted that wisdom to all our young entrepreneurs. A big thank you to our jury members who again took out time. Someone flew down from Mumbai specifically for this event and made it happen. The brand which pitched to the event today, and of course, last but not the least, the esteemed panelists that we have today here. And guys, all of this is not possible without the support of all of you coming together. So a big round of applause to all of us here on this route. And thank you so much, guys.
Ah, let's get the party started, right? No, no. Hello, this is a party. What are you saying? Okay, quick questions, right? I come from an e-commerce background. Let me just clarify. I come from a marketplace background, working in one of the largest marketplaces in the country, right? Called Pitchathon. Where what we felt 4 years back or 5 years back, we used to maximize GMV per visit as a metric. Right? GMV is driven by brands which customers are aware of, which are large national brands, right? 5 साल पहले हम लोग अमूल का बटर खाते थे, right? बच्चे सिर्फ सेरेलैक खाते थे, this brand, right? Pond's की क्रीम लगाते थे. Those are the brands. आज की डेट में, and it's such a heartening thing to see, right? Every marketplace, every big platform has a separate D2C wing, and they have actually started doing programs for actually funding brands today. Why is that happening? Because you guys are important now. You guys are going to be driving the next level of growth for this platform, for this country's e-commerce. There are enough reports online, right? India e-commerce 300 billion, 400 billion by year 2013, right? But the one important metric, which is common across all these sources, is going to be driven by this D2C brand community, right? That is what makes me proud standing here today, right? It's incredible. This country is full of incredible stories, right? Started somewhere. It did start somewhere, right? Then I just need some brand who disrupted the country, their categories. Electronics, both, excellent. Skincare, Mama. I know there are a lot of great brands sitting out there. You guys are doing fab job as well, right? Mama, right? What about, let's say, men's skincare? Then the category did not exist. No one cared about how we look. What they caring? Yeah, brands. What about nutrition? Power Connect. Mostly one. What about, right? Now I've mentioned a lot of brands. One common thing between them is they're all D2C brands, which came in and disrupted the market, challenged the incumbents. And now our brands themselves, which the incumbents are scared of. There's another common thing between most of these brands that I just spoke about. Can anyone tell me what? Ajay is a smart guy. Please give Ajay. Ajay now, please. Ajay needs to be given an extra drink as a reward for the sponsor. So the problem with Ajay is, I think he doesn't drink, but his shirts do. Because the way he dresses for these events, as if he's here to party. And he's the last one to leave. I always thought you drank, sir. Yes, you're right. You're right. Do I need to tell you who that is? Sir, I wish I was that dashing and that smart, sir. Well, that in my dream, maybe in my dreams, maybe can I have a round of applause to have this gentleman on stage who made it all possible, who does not need any introduction, Mr. Kamaljeet Singh, sir, come on stage, founder and managing partner of Fireside Ventures. Sir, did you put the Fireside chat in the Fireside? It seems like that. It seems like that. And to discuss and to talk about the story, please welcome our own friend Abhishek Shah on stage, the man who started it all. Can I have a round of applause, guys? Gentlemen, over to you.
Thanks a lot, Rajat. I think that was very electrifying. So, hi guys, hi, good evening, everyone, and I think thanks a lot to all of you for being here. And I think this is a very iconic day for the community because we finally have Kawaljeet sir in our community event. I got him in the community like 1 year back, and we finally have you, sir. So, thanks a lot for being here. So, I think we should like give a round of applause to sir for coming here. Great. So, I think Rajat has already given a great introduction, so I'll skip that maybe. And I think you don't need an introduction. I think everyone here knows you very well. So I'll straight, off and shoot some of questions, and then obviously we'll open it up for Q&A. Yeah. So, sir, I've seen your past interviews, and especially the one with Arjun, and you mentioned you are an accidental VC, right? So, would love to know your journey a bit on how you became that, and how have you seen the evolution of this whole space?
So, my journey is actually a bit of a, I would say, series of accidents, which is why I use the word accidental VC. Started out my career with Hindustan Lever. I think several of you may not have been born then, so I'm really old, and therefore don't know how long will I fit into this room before I have been asked to leave. Uh, Spent 10 years in Levers, generally doing sales, marketing, the usual, brand management stuff. Got an opportunity to switch completely to a different space with Intel. I joined them as head of marketing when they were just launching their whole consumer PC initiatives in the late 90s, early 2000. Spent about 3 years there, and then the entrepreneurial bug bit me. So I always say that I am a wannabe entrepreneur who ended up compromising and moving to the dark side of venture investing. I couldn't come up with an interesting idea. This was 2000 timeframe, 2000, 2001. So I ended up joining a very large private equity group called Carlyle. Spent 4 years there. Got tired of doing these big box kind of conversation. So stepped out and teamed up with a couple of partners to start a fund called Helion. So next 10 years was all about the early days of venture capital in India. Learned a lot of things. Learned a lot of literally scars on my back on what not to do, and finally decided in the 2014-15 timeframe to actually step out of Helion because I was fascinated by this whole, what I felt new wave of consumerism and consumer brands that was coming. And the intuition was very clear that there was this large consuming young millennial audience which was looking for more choices, was very connected, had a lot of exposure to global trends. But the complexity of building brands was so difficult that they could not actually consume. There was not enough entrepreneurial activity. There was not enough brands. So it was almost like a you know uh, antithesis of what was possible. And I somehow felt that there was something happening in the digital infrastructure at that point of time. I'm talking 2014, 15. Sorry. So think of it as a bit of a punt on something which I personally believed in. This was already in my early 50s, so I had very little to lose. There was no career at stake, and I was not thinking about some of these obvious questions that people would think slightly earlier in their careers. So I stepped out and actually coined the word fireside for my family office. So actually, the first 10 odd investments that I did were not the fund investments. And that was the time when I really discovered the companies like Mamaearth and Licious and Epigamia, Paperboat. Some of these companies I had put in my own personal money at that point of time. And that just led to this realization that India was poised for something very, very dramatic. And that's how the idea of the fund came. And then everybody had, started asking me why fireside, and I always said fireside is like a fireside chat because you're on the. Sorry.
That's what we're doing.
So to me, the whole notion of VC is very much like a partner. And I was very disappointed that a lot of our community was behaving more like people who will give direction, saying do this, don't do that. It's a very, I would say, convoluted relationship, and very often there's a point of conflict between entrepreneurs and investors. So I felt that as an individual, I could be truly a partner, a mentor, and work with companies. So whether it was Varun, or whether it was at that point of time Vivek and Rohan and all these guys who are just building brands, I just enjoyed engaging with them. And then when the fund started, it became very natural that we just call it fireside because there was some recognition, there was some plan happening there. So that's the start of our journey. I think what we have learned in the last 5 years is that this is just the tip of the iceberg. I think Rajat said that, Kshitij said that, and I'm so excited to see the buzz around the room, excited to see that the kind of work you guys are doing, because I feel that there is nothing that can stop this almost tsunami to happen. And my biggest challenge to all of you, and of course to D2C Insider team, is don't think of that 5% companies who get funded by VCs, because that is a natural, it's our business model which is the bottleneck, not something that you are doing wrong or right. How do you encourage thousands of companies to raise the right amount of money to build what they want to build? And I genuinely think that, I mean, if all I can communicate in this session is that, let's all work towards that, whether it is, I am ready to contribute. I've already told Abhishek like
Absolutely.
that let's find answers where, a small town, Kshitij was telling me earlier, small town company doing 40 crores, 50 crores, 20% EBITDA. I'm thinking that is gold standard.
Yeah.
And why can't we build businesses like that without necessarily having the tag of VCs and $1 billion and all that? I mean, to me, that is the inspiration of wanting to be here among all of you. Not because I stand here as a venture investor, but I stand here as a well-wisher who wants every company in this room to be a great success. And the definition of success is what you call it and not what we call it. So, I mean, I'm getting a little bit,
No, absolutely. So this is great.
distracted, but this is really my mission. The next 10 years, if I can, work on helping this cause, I would be, really excited.
Absolutely. So I think our missions are the same. So that's the best thing. And you're right. I think we see a lot of tier two, tier three brands who are bootstrap profitable. And you're right. I think somehow the feeling is, yaar, hame kaun dekhega? We're not fundable. We're not funded. We don't have access. So I think this community, the core agenda of the community is to bring everyone the same access and the same network and the same knowledge and the same capital. So would love to collaborate there definitely. And we had a chat earlier, and I took Sir through our community roadmap, and that's what he said. Yeah, all this is fine. This is just 5% of the ecosystem. What about rest of the 95%, right? So I think that's a great thought. And sir, I wanted to also ask you, like, because you've been a very early believer and you've actually seen this whole thing before others. And obviously now there's a lot of opportunists and there's a lot of people who have now come into D2C. Obviously, it's now become like a kind of a bubble also, right? And we have seen some corrections also in the last 1 year, which is across startups, not just D2C. But specifically speaking about D2C, the whole online boom, and now brands realizing online is not scalable and now going offline. And so it's like changing tunes. And now a lot of people also coming back and saying, yeah, D2C to fata hua hai, D2C ka to koi future nahi hai. So same people last year who were saying, boss, we do only D2C, right? They're saying, boss, like people have told me, dude, you should rename the community. D2C Insider is very risky, right? Why don't you change it to Startup Insider, right? I'm like, no, no, we are happy with our domain. But you see all these kind of, any sector goes through that boom and then correction. And so really wanted to ask you, and you just mentioned that this is just tip of the iceberg, and that's what we also want to believe. But what is the reality? I mean, where do you see this going, uh, from overall ecosystem point of view?
So, I have been trained in the lever system. I mean, so therefore, my fundamentals are very much rooted in the belief that you have to build brands. To me, D2C in itself means nothing. I mean, D2C is a channel, D2C is a way of engaging the consumer. So if you get the insight of what there is either a problem or an opportunity that you're solving for a particular consumer who could be, a specific definition of who that consumer is, it can't be everyone everywhere. And if you can solve that problem with the right brand story, with the right connect, with the right engagement, and obviously with a product that meets that requirement, it's a 101. So if you then start putting that lens on what is happening in the market, I believe that we have not even scratched the surface. So today, we talk about, let me take an example since Chaitra is here. I'm sure she'll talk about SkinQ. We invested in Mama Earth. Now that is the beacon of success and everybody is excited and so on and so forth. And we were asked the same question, saying, now that Mama Earth has happened, they have now launched this, that, and the other. What else is possible? I mean, the space is taken.
Pilgrim came.
Then Pilgrim came. And Pilgrim said, I will bring international beauty regimes to India, which initially sounded very skeptical, saying, how do you do that? And again, I mean, I can't share the numbers, but they are a very, very
Yeah, they've done
successful
very well.
brand.
Yeah.
Then we said, okay, what else is possible in this space? We invested in a company called Nat Habit. And there, Swagatika came and told us that I want to build a brand which is a kitchen made brand at scale. Now, that is a contradiction which itself makes it a moat. So, how can you put malai into a product? How can you put rose petals into a product? And my 85-year-old mother-in-law called up my wife and said, I have discovered this great brand which is got malai in it for the face moisturizer. And says, what is the name? She said, Nat Habit. Kamal is an investor. So
You
that
should,
is
you
the.
should, you should send your product to his mom.
Oh, we try all our projects.
Okay.
I am a regular user of SkinQ.
Wow.
So that is my entire belief system, that don't worry about the labels. Worry about what consumer problem you're solving, and are you solving it with the right, I mean, let's call it use the word purpose. I mean, again, it's a very lofty word, so we can interpret it whichever way. But do you have the right consumer interest at heart? Very often we forget that consumer at the center of our universe,
Yeah,
not
I
the
mean, not the
product.
channel.
So therefore, D2C is a great way to engage. But that's not the only way to build a brand. So therefore, this omni-channel piece, again, I can keep quoting examples from our story. We have a company called Sleep Company. Now, this is the 10th mattress company, even in the startup ecosystem, and maybe the 100th company in the brand
In the
mattress
category.
market,
Okay.
the category. Now, what they have done is they used a very simple innovation saying, how can I help you sleep better? Not by giving you a cheaper mattress, but by giving you an innovation. They call it a smart grid. That worked really well. Again, I'm a consumer. But they then went offline and they have stores which have zero sales. They have no product except for 5 beds you can go and sleep on. So the whole experience of going into a store is not about selling something. If you want to buy, they will pull out an iPad, they will take your order on the same backend system, the same logistics, on the same distribution, and the same warehousing on which they are selling online. And that business is again, doing extremely well because they have figured out this model. So to me, D2C is really, I mean, to me, it's really, call it new age brands, call it
Absolutely.
challenger brand. That's the real ethos of what we are talking
Absolutely.
about.
I think we all debate this in the community. And I always say that, yeah, what's in a name? I mean, if everyone understands D2C as a keyword, essentially D2C we refer to as new age consumer brands
Exactly.
using a new playbook to talk to new customers, new age customers, right? Whether it is online, marketplace, offline, doesn't matter. I mean, the channel is not the whole moat, right? But I think a lot of people confuse D2C with the channel. And I think that's where people say D2C fatawa, right? Because obviously the CACs and everything has gone up.
See, also, who defines fatawa? I mean, VCs can't sit on. Yeah.
The VCs themselves, yeah.
Yeah. So I am not a VC here. Please, VCs are out of the room. What is success? I'm saying, to me, that is the most interesting question. I mean, we have had such a history of great successful entrepreneurs. I mean, the one person I admire as an entrepreneur is Harsh Mariwala. He is an advisor to my fund, he's an investor in my fund, but notwithstanding, I have a lot of other investors. He is a guy who's truly built a brand focused business. And he has built 25, 30 years of effort to do it. So who says it's easy? I was just talking to somebody and I was saying, my daughter is an entrepreneur. She started a health food
Yeah.
business in the US. And I have told her, I said, don't do this if you're not willing to give 10 or 15 years of your life to this. It's not going to happen in 2 years. So that is the real, if you truly want to build something which is long lasting and something which you are proud of. I mean, Yoga Bar, these girls have been at it for the last 7, 8 years. And even now with ITC coming in, their heart is still,
There's still a long way
it
to go.
throbs with the brand. So I think if you are brand lovers, then nothing else matters. So fata hua hai, I think that is a very, valuation term. I
True.
ignore it.
Yeah, yeah. No, sir. So great. So I think that's good news for all of us. I think we all are here for the long run, and we're here to stay where we started. But I think the domestic consumption story is definitely strong compared to what we were 5, 10 years back. Now the question, especially of this summit, we are talking about global selling and brands going global, and that's one of the core pillars for our community. Our ambition actually is not limited to India. We want to see Indian new age consumer brands go mainstream globally, and this conference, this summit is actually a step towards that. What do you think, sir? I mean, obviously the India market is strong, and brands are getting built, and we have a boat which is now for 5,000 crore, Mamaearth which is 3,000 crore. From here, where do we go? Do you see India going global? Do you think we can create global brands and some early learnings maybe from Vadam and some other brands which are there in your portfolio?
So again, I put the same yardstick to this question as I was talking earlier. Is what is the core brand purpose? What is the ethos of what you're trying to build here? I have seen businesses which are made for global markets. So the better example, even more than Vadam, and I could talk about Vadam as well, is one of our companies called Ayurveda Experience. Now that's a business which actually was designed from day one to be a global business.
And 100% D2C.
It is 100% D2C. So that's probably one business you can say is a D2C business. And what they have done is they have gone scientifically into each market, understood the consumer, understood their requirements, what kind of messaging. So it's not easy to say, I have a great brand here and I can therefore transport it to anywhere else in the world. It's about understanding that consumer because the yardstick doesn't change. I mean, just because you are selling a brand out of India doesn't mean that the consumer in the US is automatically going to love it. In fact, it's a much tougher market. So I would say that if you are looking at global markets, you have to do the same diligence, you have to do the same effort in understanding who's my consumer, why are they going to buy my product, and how am I going to manage that thing. The positive thing is that today the ecosystem has evolved. I met so many companies today. I didn't even know that there were so many companies which were actually creating these pathways and these pipelines to take brands global. So that's a very welcome thing. You don't have to relearn and
Definitely.
invent everything. I mean, Amazon Global, again, we have been partners with them from the day they started. I mean, they are doing so much of work. I believe they have cumulatively sold $8 billion worth of products from India to global markets. Work with partners, but don't ignore the foundational question of saying, why should that consumer in that market buy my product? And if you are convinced that I have something which will benefit that consumer in a particular way, then I'm saying the ecosystem today, the partnerships, the enablers, all these companies that are participating in that ecosystem, that makes it much easier. Just because there is somebody who says I can take you to the US is no reason to launch a brand in the US. And so therefore I have a slightly contrarian view that it's not, because I have, again, all of you guys who are enabling that business, therefore I should go and launch it. I was very closely involved, still am, for the last 10 years with a brand called ID Fresh. They do idli dosa batter. Now, they have taken 10 years to build a presence in the Middle East, GCC area. But today they are such a powerful brand because the same intuition, how do you start, what do you do, what pack size is, what price point, what product, everything has to be designed for that market. So I would say that, there is an opportunity. My personal ambition is hopefully, in my lifetime, I can see some super successful brands out of India which can be built globally. But I would not say that, chasing that indiscriminately is the right answer. All I can say is the markets are opening up to Indian sensibility. So therefore, if you have something which is uniquely Indian, which you can say that I can compete in global markets, there is a acceptance. So that part is certainly very promising. Europe is a great market. Europe is a great market because Europe is becoming so much more sensitive to wellness, to health. So things like Ayurveda, things like, even Vadam, for example, is doing some really good stuff there. So opportunity is there, the ecosystem is there, the pathways are there. But if you can't answer that simple question of saying, why should my product or what should my brand be relevant to that consumer, I would not go there.
Yeah, so it all boils down to the value proposition, right? Whether it is domestic market, international market.
And understanding your consumer. I'm saying the value proposition follows first defining who my consumer is. So I keep stressing the fact that, we keep forgetting that center of universe is consumer and not the brand and not the business and not the channel.
Oh, great, great. And I think we now see India also becoming a manufacturing hub with Apple now coming and making in India. So I think we're also waiting for the reverse for Indian brands to go global, obviously with the right playbook and the right value proposition. But yeah, I think that's our ambition also that we should see. I mean, we've always been a country which has been a manufacturing nation, and I think the new age entrepreneurs are creating brands and they are capable of competing with global brands. And why not the next Nike from India or the next Bose from India?
Absolutely. And again, we're talking to to the terms people here. I mean, you are innovating on product. I mean, Chaitra is innovating on product. I'm saying that is the story to sell, and not just say I have a cheaper version of something. I'm saying I personally believe that I'm the cheap poor man's XYZ is the wrong way to think about it. I mean, why can't we create innovation? Like we're talking to somebody else today on some nano based products of various herbal extracts. I think if innovation can be encouraged, which is my current grievance with a lot of the startup community, is we are not focusing enough on innovation. We are still in the recipe mode. And therefore, can we create that mindset of saying, listen, how do I tell my team? I said, listen, what are we doing to talk to academia, to talk to R&D labs? Because today selling one more healthy snack, honestly, is one more healthy snack. Is no big deal. But can I actually change the narrative by going into R&D, going into innovation? And then I'm saying I can conquer the world because then I have the right to win versus anybody else out there.
Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense. So I also wanted to ask, like, when we talk about omni-channel, we had our omni-channel summit before this, and there's like now like a playbook of okay, D2C is a great way to launch, build MVP, get product market fit. Maybe after 40, 50 crores is the right time for you to start offline. And so is there a similar playbook for going global? Obviously, given the value proposition is good, but there would be a certain scale you want to reach and before you start going global. So do you think there is something like that where beyond a certain scale or at some stage what is the right stage for us to look at the international markets?
See, once again, it's a matter of what your brand is trying to solve for. I honestly believe that India is a very deep market. So if you have great product market fit, if you get consumers who you really think like your product, who are really buying you again and again, I would say there is enough opportunity to go into India itself. We are now seeing India, we are calling it India 1, 2, 3. So there is a large urban market.
The Bharat market.
They are completely aligned to buying on online. There is a very clear business model for that. So there the innovation is working and new products, new ideas. And there's the next level which is still trying to understand how to buy e-commerce. And then there is the next one which doesn't even understand e-commerce. I mean, they're using internet mostly for consumption of content. So there is enough depth in the market to be able to do that. But I would therefore, say if you're looking at going global, be very clear what your intent is. Second thing that we have learned almost the hard way in many of our companies is don't try to go scatter and spray and pray. Even in omni-channel, we are saying take it city by city. I have a bakery business called Baker's Dozen. Fantastic products. I mean, I truly believe they have the best bakery products in the country today. We are telling them take a market like Bangalore. Bangalore, make it a 360 market. Let's distribute to the local trade. Let's distribute through our own dark stores. Let's distribute on the quick commerce channel. Let's distribute it online. And can Bangalore as a market be a 10 crore a month market? The market is there.
Absolutely.
So why do we have to then think of 20 cities, 30 cities, 40 cities? So I think the mindset has to be again very
You're saying
basic.
depth is first
Yeah,
required.
and build it cluster by cluster. In fact, when we started Licious, the first thing that we discussed, Vivek was my colleague in Helion, so I've known him for a long time. And I mean, he listened to me, so that was good. But I told him, I said, don't even take Bangalore, take Whitefield as one area and go and do apartment by apartment selling. I mean, they actually 2 years, they didn't leave Bangalore. And obviously, once they got the formula right, then they could continuously grow and expand and so on and so forth. So same thing applies to global. I'm saying if we're talking, a lot of people here mentioned about going to Middle East. Now, Middle East is not one market itself. Middle East is multiple markets. What is your strategy for that? Who's the consumer? Why would they buy it? People are talking about Africa as a market. Have you even explored that as a market? US and Europe are the obvious ones, but they are the toughest markets to crack. So, what is our right to win? How will I go and distribute there? What should I be doing there? I think the fundamental questions have to be answered. I am
True,
very
true.
convinced that this is not just place a product and it'll sell. It's going to be far more deeper diligence required. But bottom line is great opportunity. I mean, I can't say what is the right time to go for it. Some companies will decide to go as a. In fact, I met somebody today who were doing these very gourmet noodles brand. I forget somewhere here. There they are.
There they are.
I'm saying you are built for the world. Don't even bother trying to build a noodle business in India, which is 3 times the price of Maggie, because you will always have that whole issue. But then, how can you design for the global market is really the excitement. So it's really a matter of what you want
So
to
it's
try.
a use case.
Absolutely.
Great, great. And sir, the last question, which I think which everyone would want to ask you as a VC now, how do we get your check?
I have a checkbook in the car, though.
You didn't get it here? Okay.
Yeah. See, honestly, and I take great pains to explain this. Our business model has certain frameworks, and that requires a business to be in a space which is a large market. We want to see, ability to deploy 30, 40, 50 crores. We want to see outcomes which are large, because that's the amount of money we raise, and therefore, it's all about the cycle of how our business works. And which is why it pains me to feel that everybody is wanting VC money when you don't even need VC money. So criteria, I can tell you, we look for businesses which have some product market fit, typically 40, 50 lakhs to a crore in revenue, more towards the crore, because we want to see more data evidence. And we are then, and we see a good market, obviously looking for very good entrepreneurs, which I'm sure all of you already are. So that's the playbook. If you are in a business which you believe has a great opportunity, and it can be large market which you're already showing some proof points, then by all means, I met, fortunately, a lot of people I met have already had some conversations with our team. So happy to connect anybody who's interested to talk to us. But problem is that our model will only allow for that much of investments that we can do. Like if you're talking of food and beverages, we probably will do 2 or 3 investments in a year. So, I mean, clearly we can't cater to the
To
whole.
the entire community. Yeah, obviously. So yeah, if you're not funded by Fireside, doesn't mean that you can't build a great business, right? I mean, it's just that Fireside has its own playbook and own constraints. So yeah, like you mentioned at the start, right? Not getting VC funding is not a sign of not being a successful entrepreneur. And that's what, when we go to a lot of these tier 2, tier 3 events, I think there's this FOMO of people thinking, yeah, हम funded नहीं है, हमें कोई बुलाता नहीं है, I'm like, boss, you're doing 40 crores with 20% EBITDA, dude. You're like the king, right? We all are loss-making businesses.
My
So
respect for them is more than respect for what we do, right? I mean, they are real entrepreneurs. I keep saying we are king makers. Now I say we are queen makers, but we are truly the people behind you guys. I mean, the day we feel, and that's my angst with our community, that we are ahead of the entrepreneur. I mean, it's a disaster in the making.
true, true. And so one last question before I open it up, like something personal. How's been, your journey as a VC personally? Because a lot of people actually look up to you and think, hey, VCs are like, Kawal sir has like so much of nuggets, right? But actually, you are also an entrepreneur. Like building a fund is also an entrepreneurship. You also raise money. You also have to go and raise money, right? Like just like others are coming to raise money from you. So it's like I have some view of the business because of, like Karthik Bloom has been very close, and I've seen his journey. So I think it's not as sexy as it looks from outside. So how's been your journey? Because you started this as your passion, you started as an angel investment, and now it's become a large fund. So how's been the journey, and what's next for Fireside and you?
So my complete energy, my entire, almost the whole raison that comes from just working with entrepreneurs. To me, that is the energy. It's not about success. It's not about how many, successful exits we have had and all that. I mean, that follows. But to me, is the fun and excitement of being able to say that I am part of an entrepreneurial ecosystem. So that's why I said, I tried very hard to be an entrepreneur. It never worked out, so I ended up the second best choice. I would say that to me, like I said, the purpose of what I'm doing has changed over time. It used to be obviously to prove yourself, to learn the game, and like I said earlier, a lot of scars on the back come from things that you don't do, or you learn from making mistakes, and that has been a very long list of mistakes. So several lessons learned, and hopefully we can share them and imbibe them. But today, my whole belief system is that how can we encourage, and this is really, that's why I told Abhishek, I said I've stopped going for any events because I just find
Yeah, only
you know
D2C Insider.
so yeah. But I am here because I truly believe that this is the forum, this is the platform which can unleash the power of brands, and that is what excites me. I mean, to me, that is the purpose. And then, of course, we have this very strong belief that brands with purpose is the only reason for brands to exist. So we are doing a lot of work in helping build more purpose into the brands. Whether it is about planet, whether it's about inclusivity, whether it's about doing something good to do well, and not the other way around. So honestly, my energy is just being in a room like this. And honestly, it's not me who's contributing. So, I have a great team. You guys met
Obviously, yeah.
Suchi today.
We have Suchi here.
Yeah,
Yeah. We already have. I think we still have. No,
he would have gone. Yeah, I think she flew in just for the day.
we had Vinay also, but he's not making it.
Yeah, he said, "तो क्या करेंगे
Vinay has
जाके?"
been like no, but Vinay has been an early member.
Yeah, but that's my excitement that even for all of you as you build your brands. For me, the brand of Fireside is more than me. So I'm building a team. I'm building the platform which hopefully can help a much larger community.
But sir, end of the day, you are also accountable as a capitalist to your LPs. Your core responsibility is also to give returns. Do you enjoy that part of it? Because one part is working with entrepreneurs, other part is obviously being the money manager and giving
See, I
returns
have to be
and raising
responsible.
funds and all of that.
So I have to be responsible. I have to certainly not treat somebody's money with disrespect. So certainly I owe it to them, and they are trusting me. And people like Harsh and people like Premji Invest and everybody, they invested the money with me when we had nothing to show. I mean, everybody said, "What is this consumer brand fund?" So therefore, yes, I mean, I'm very respectful and very grateful for their money. But I think that if you do the right thing, success follows. So rather than the other way around. So we don't do shortcuts. If we have a situation where, I mean, again, she's not in the room, so I'll use her example. Shuchi was one of our entrepreneurs. She was a founder of a company called Pippa Bella, which we invested in. And because of COVID, that company tanked. We finally sold the brand to Nika. Again, within the walls of this room, we made no return on that investment. But we loved the fact of how Suchi was building it. We loved the fact of, as an entrepreneur, the quality she had. So as soon as the opportunity came, I told her, I said, "You come and work with us." So
That's great.
to me, that is the ethos of what we're trying to build here. I mean, again, I don't want to sound very lofty and all that. I think even honestly, investors also understand that if you're doing things in the right way, then that's all they expect from you, because success and failure, eventually there are so many circumstances which will decide that. COVID happened and our business, Mama Earth, the magic happened actually
Sure.
because of COVID.
Yeah, yeah.
But he executed very well on that, and
Yeah.
then he built that
Very resourceful.
story multiple times. So I would say that yes, we have to be responsible. We want to give return, and all of you should be wanting to build successful businesses, successful brands. But how you build it, what is the purpose, what is the ethos, what is your core reason to do what you're doing? Don't lose sight of that. That's all I would say.
No, that's great. I think the reason I asked this question is also because, generally we see investors, in a higher pedestal. And what I realize is that you guys are also entrepreneurs. You guys are also in the same boat. It's just that, you are raising from others and investing in someone. But end of the day, it's the same value chain. And you succeed only if the entrepreneur
I
succeeds.
totally disagree.
Okay.
I take somebody's money, I give it to somebody. What is the value I'm creating? So I'm very humble about the fact that we can't discount the sweat of an entrepreneur.
Right.
So to me, the fact that a lot of young VCs have this attitude saying, "Oh, it's my money, I can tell you what to do," and I have been almost hard about this with everybody, saying, "Listen, this is not even your money. What are you talking about?"
Absolutely.
So,
That's what I meant.
so
Yeah.
that combination of saying, that I am
Yeah.
investing, so therefore I mean, of course, I have responsibility for that money. So I demand governance. I
Same as the
demand
entrepreneurs
ethics.
have responsibility for the money.
Absolutely.
So I
So
think we both are in the same boat, is what I'm trying to say. It's not like one is higher, one is lower. In fact, we both are in the same boat and both will succeed together.
I mean,
And you guys are also working as hard on raising that money and then building that ecosystem around
probably
that.
harder.
Yeah,
Fundraising
yeah.
in a VC is a is a nightmare. It's a nightmare. For every 10 investors you meet, we meet 300. So
Even now?
yeah, maybe a little less.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, great, sir. I think I'm done from my question point of view. We'll open it up to the audience. I think we can have a couple of questions. So, guys, please shoot the
Mics
opportunity.
all around. I would like to ask the first question, sir, because I have the stage, guys. Sir, you spoke a lot about purpose, and people get fascinated. I'm present in 20 cities. I'm present in this many cities. I'm doing these many SQs. Do you feel that a core to a business or building a business is some input metric with what you start, right? and output metric are basically where you go to, right? But here, at least what we've seen, at least interacting with founders, and a lot of founders, right, young ones, the focus is too much on the output metric, right? Because they've seen others succeed, right? Would you like to talk about it? Because there are so many young entrepreneurs here, right, who's still trying to focus on that. Where should I be focused at? Funding for me is an output metric. The input metric is building in the right business.
See, I think I was alluding to some of that when I was talking earlier. I truly believe that the foundation of what you're building is going to decide the success of what you're building. So the output metric that you called it is really going to happen if you are building the foundation right. And in foundation, I put many things. I put the brand, I put the consumer, I put the value proposition, because people forget unit economics is the only measure when you are starting a business. Because you cannot say I'll be EBITDA positive from day one. It's not possible. But if you say I'm going to make 15% margin, so for every one rupee I sell, 85% is my cost of production. I think that's then you have to really question yourself, saying why am I doing this? So therefore, there are some very foundational things which you have to keep in mind. If you can get those foundations right, then I'm saying the output metrics start following that. Absolutely.
Thank you. Arjun, you don't get to ask questions right now. You sit with him next and chats. No, you don't allow.
He interrogated me for 1 hour.
Terms.
Hello, hello.
पूछ लो.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
So good evening, sir. This is Surendra. I am founder of Terms Intelligent Apparels. Okay, I have a very basic question of, I come from a very hardcore corporate world, entering into, as you said, that entrepreneur wala कीड़ा काटा, मुझे भी काटा. So मैं अभी after 22 years into corporate life, working with Volvo at a CEO level in one of their legal entity, entered and we bought this brand, and now we are rebuilding because pre-COVID we were doing extremely good. My question to you, when I speak to many of our team members when we are developing products, because a lot of innovation goes into our products when we make these. So speed versus perfection. People say, okay, D2C में आपको speed चाहिए.
चलता है, सब कुछ चलता है.
नहीं, मुझे बहुत जेन्युइनली थोड़ा इशू लगता है. मुझे ये हमेशा आई एम अ पर्सन हु वांट्स फाउंडेशन परफेक्ट एंड देन वांट टू स्पीड अप. बट नाउ व्हेनेवर आई मीट मेनी पीपल और व्हेन आई रीड मेनी स्टोरीज ऑन दिस, पीपल से स्पीड करते रहो, बाद में अपन जहाँ गड़बड़ होगा ठीक कर लेंगे. व्हाट्स योर टेक ऑन दैट?
So again, it's not a right or wrong answer. I do believe, if I can answer it slightly differently, nuanced differently, I do believe that the product has to meet your own gold standard. So perfection, I don't know what you mean by perfection. But agar aap bolo ki this product is not even ready to go to market, but I will put it there because I have some target to meet. I think that is you're cheating yourself. But if you have a product which you say, okay, I am comfortable that this is the 1.0 of the product, and I am willing to put it in the market. Today, the infrastructure, especially digital channels, your own website, allows you to launch fast, fail fast.
I did it.
So therefore, you can. So I mean, I've seen that beautifully with both. They would launch 30, 40, 50 SKUs every month, and they would launch it with a belief that this can sell. So it wasn't that they were doing it because there was a need to be speedy. But once you find out the customer response, once you see ratings coming in, reviews coming in, once you talk to consumers, once you see on your website how they're engaging, that then tells you how to take the next step forward. So the beauty of today's infrastructure is it allows you more experimentation. So therefore there is a value to speed, and there's a value to learning from these channels. But I would not put anything in the market which, as a consumer, as an entrepreneur, I would not want to buy because it doesn't meet my own standard. So if you can define what that is, so therefore it is not perfection, but it is not chalta hai that you just put it there and people, because the brand will suffer every time you give me something substandard. People will excuse you for trying to say I am a young brand, and many brands do that. They say, listen, I am a new brand, I am trying out something, I would like your honest feedback. Consumers appreciate that. But don't try to cheat me by saying that, I will give you something which is substandard. So again, I don't know if I'm answering your question, but I would say the answer is somewhere in between. It is actually not about speed and perfection. It's about testing the market, but with what you believe is the right option to at least offer it to the consumer.
Thank you so much.
You can just pass the mic.
So my question was around manufacturing in D2C. So pre-COVID, we saw, how China was a manufacturing hub, and like I was in the US, and all those brands in the US.
If you can stand up. If you can stand up.
All the brands in the US, they would all manufacture in China, and then, they built the brands in America and sold globally. So do you see that happening here in D2C, and not Apple or technology, but like in D2C, do you see that happening? Do you see the manufacturing push that will come?
$8 billion of products are being sold on Amazon globally from India.
Are they manufactured here?
Yes.
Obviously, yeah.
So that is a data which, and I'm quoting because I was allowed by Amazon to quote this data. They're talking $20 billion in the next 2 years. China is 100. So is it happening? Yes, it is happening. Question is, what is the business model? See, manufacturing is either the business of manufacturing, and they're saying, okay, I will create products which somebody else wants to sell, and I will keep producing them. China does that very well. If you're building a brand, then the choice of whether you want to manufacture in India, you want to outsource it from somewhere else, then it becomes very much the question of what are the drivers of success for you. Like Mama Earth has zero manufacturing.
So if we talk about some of the legacy brands that we have in India, like Parle-G, some Rupa underwear,
Yeah.
those are all big manufacturing hubs.
Sure,
And
sure.
will we ever are we building for legacy brands? Because you have to be vertically integrated eventually to be like
Yeah,
over
surely.
4 generations, right?
Surely. So, I mean, give you an example. Levers doesn't manufacture all their products, and it's a much bigger brand than all the names you mentioned. So it's a question of strategy. You can say that I will have an in-house manufacturing, which is more like my R&D lab. I will do all the new products. I will do small batches. I will try to experiment with a lot of things. But once I standardize it, I can work with partners who are dedicated to manufacturing as a discipline. That could be one route. Second route is that there is so much of margin realization in the manufacturing side that I can, ultimately see the question of GMV. I think Rajat was talking about output metrics. I mean, that is vanity. I mean, yes, we need GMV, of course, but I mean, that alone cannot be the reason you're building a business. Then you come to profitability. Then you come to, CM1, 2, 3 definitions of these. This is very convoluted. Finally, the profit is what matters. But trust me, what matters in the long run is actually ROC. It's not even the profit, it's return on capital employed. So if you see
Capital
that I can
efficiency.
build a lean business which doesn't require that much of capital intensity, you are building actually a better business. But then the dependence on somebody outside, how do you manage quality? So those are the balances. Will India be a manufacturing hub? No doubt. I think that is now the government has taken a mission, and we have the talent, we have the capabilities. We have to just give it time, and even garment exports. I mean, we are leading in garment, and we are leading in high-end garment. If you see the kind of products that are happening in India, they're really good. And like we talked about Apple, right? I mean, become the largest exporter and some multi-billion dollars of product from India.
Yeah, on that note, I just wanted to add, sir, that one of the trends we are seeing in the community, a lot of new brands were coming in. Earlier, set of entrepreneurs which came in, like Varun Mamath, were professionals who worked in FMCG companies and saw an opportunity and started a brand. Now we are seeing a lot of family businesses, manufacturers, second generation, third generation, and they're actually building capital efficient businesses because they don't need funding and they have their family backing and they have supply chains. And now there's a second generation which has now come in and now seen a playbook of D2C or whatever you call it, right? And now knows that, hey, we can marry both these worlds and create brands. And I think a lot of them are actually innovating and bringing a lot of moat in terms of supply chain and manufacturing and all. And I think that's a great trend which we could call C2M instead of D2C, maybe, right? From manufacturer to the world, right? So I think that's like a big segment of brands on our community. And I think these are like real profitable businesses, not maybe not coming to a fireside because maybe they don't need that capital.
And they shouldn't come to fireside.
Yeah, obviously. Yeah.
I know there are three more questions here. I will ensure, sir, you answer them. Right. For the sake of time, we'll move on right now. I will ensure your questions are asked. I'll ensure that for you, and for you. I've seen the name.
Than the question, I think I'll have to say something. I mean,
Thing.
yeah.
Oh, great. Go ahead.
I mean, I have interacted with so many venture capitalists, angel investors, for other of my clients and everything. I think, I mean, the statements which you made, right? I mean, you don't want to discount the sweat of the founder. That is so impressive, sir. I think you're like a cool, like, VC for the founders. So that's a great thing.
No, no. I'm going to comment on two facts. One is a lot of gray hair, and second, which you can see. And then I said a lot of scars on my back, which you can't see. So after you've gone through that journey, I mean, you have left with no choice but to, understand the real position you have in this world. And I'm being very practical.
Sure. Yeah.
So I think rest of you can catch him. He'll be here for some time maybe. And if
No,
you have
no,
more questions.
absolutely. He's here. He's here. यहीं पे हैं. नहीं होंगे सवाल तो अर्जुन से पूछ सकते हैं आप लोग.
Great.
All right.
Thanks a lot again.
Just be on stage for 2 more minutes. We just have 2 more things to with your help. We had a pitchathon in the afternoon today, right? 5 brilliant platforms pitched their product, right? And when we got down to the scoring, unfortunately or fortunately, the difference between all the 5 was just 1.5 points. Just 1.5. So my say is all the 5 pitches went fabulously well. So like I said, there is no winner or loser here, but the two we had to choose the top 2, right? Kshitij, checks. Yeah. So the winners will get a 12 lakh growth package from close to 20 odd brands, including mine. But please give it up for the 2 winners. First, we'll have on stage the guy who's trying to change the way we thought. Where is he? Card. Oatmeal. Where is Oatmeal? I guess he's doing Oatmeal short right now. Can you try it out? Akash, are you there? Probably we'll get him the check later on if he's around. We'll go to the other one. If someone can find Akash, please tell him that a check is waiting for him. Breathing here. Second, the guy who's taking the plastic out of the gum. Good gum. Please give him a Mayank, thank you, man. Lovely presentation. Please give us all the 5 platforms, coach. Mohit is here. Yeah. Sir, 1 minute, sir. Sir, इतनी बातें की हैं, कुछ तो लेके जाना पड़ेगा आपको. Right. I would request Kshitij to please give us big token of appreciation to cover that. Right. Sir, if you've not worked out, this will make you work out. It's 25 kg. Thank you, Kshitij. Thank you, Karan, sir. Please give us a guys. What a start to the evening. Is Oatmeal still work? Other you there? 2 minutes. It's okay. We'll get him the check from someone else, or we'll get him back here later. Now, sir, please have a seat. Thank you very much for a lovely session. Thank you, Abhishek, for hosting it. Yeah, let's move on. Right. Let's move to the first panel for the evening. Right. You have some distinguished guests to take you through the journey today. In a world where D2C brands are increasing, embracing global selling approaches, there is no better way to start than gaining insights from insight leaders who've done it in the past, and we can call them successful, right? By the way, even the successful brand have a long way to go. Oh, where is it? How was there 1 minute or? He was doing open shots. Check, 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 check. Hold on, hold on, no. It's for what we don't say. जरूर 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 भाई सर late but not clear, too late. It's a very good. But I was saying that while these two took the home, wonderful job by Kesar Ko, please give her Kesar Ko, Flash, and guess what? Her margin is just by small margin. I was talking about our next panel. Why they set it up, right? These guys took a journey not taking the money and started into work that no one believed they could start into, right? And like I said, they've been able to raise a successful flag and so that that's successful, right? They've been trailblazers in their own names. And please welcome the next panelist on stage. We'll go take you through the journey if you want to build a brand like that. Mr. Ajit Pai from Delivery? Not here, yes. Here. Ajit is there. Please wait for Ajit, Mr. Ajit Pai from Delivery. Mr. Manav Dhanda from Team Aksha. Ms. Dayantu Bhattacharya from Indian Hand Company. I think a lot already has been spoken about the brand. Please give it up for Dr. Chaitra from Simpure. And allow me to welcome our wonderful moderator for this session. And please give it up and welcome back Mr. Naveen Mistry from Go Global, who will moderate this session for us. So it's like pilot coming back and the passenger first. So good afternoon, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's a privilege to be here and honored to be part of this panelist. It's extremely experienced people who have founded a D2C brand, part of a larger ecosystem, and very, very sort of happy and excited in person to hear your stories. Uh, the one belief sort of which I spent 15 years in eBay, Migrant PayPal, and towards our corporate journey, we've been told that yes, India did miss out the industrial revolution, right? But what we see nowadays, that's my truly belief is, while India might have missed industrial revolution, but India is definitely on the D2C revolution, right? And Indian brands are doing wonderfully well in global markets and so in India, right? And once the revolution starts, that's where the whole optimization comes. And the core, one of our core topic for today's discussion is how do we optimize the brand, its global journey, especially on the supply chain side. So let me start, with the first question to you, Chitra, saying, okay, before you optimize on supply chain, the first question in everybody's mind is, how do you go global?
Well, it's a great question. Let me tell you, I'm the baby of all the brands, so I could go fast, right? Because our global started about 8 months ago, and we started our brand January 22. And it, it's not easy because there's so much to learn. And I'm not from D2C, I'm a dermatologist, right? R&D formulation is what I'm great at. But what I wanted to say is it's really at the end of the day, I think Kanwal said it right. It's demand and it's a unique value proposition that you have to offer. And we went global on a B2B. We didn't go global on a B2B or a B2C. Because on it, we need to conquer the region we're from as a D2C get. And that takes a lot of money to build it to growing fast. And to do another region which has a different identity and a different style is not what you know. Let's not treating what we did we approach for some yes, segment, which is very common. The proposition is a downtown walk. And one of the things we noticed was that across the globe, there is underrepresentation for this as well as and we say and we took this out even still are there. PMF maybe we got four of our products now out of 14 SKUs. But we still are very I used to look whenever I get friends, I would have to keep on this product. And for a lot of people have think we love the product, we get this from the retailer. So the demand came from the outside. There was quite a bit of ask, and that's when we realized we should do it. For me, that was my personal journey. We also were asked by Amazon to go global on their Amazon program, but we took a flex call not to do it. Because again, that meant we had to invest into brand, we had to invest into marketing, and we're still learning in India.
Okay. And so I'll not speak of that first. I want to ensure that each of you have asked maximum questions to all the benefits, not only the costs, or also the routines. But in your sort of, let's say, 10 years of shipping experience, right? When did you realize was the inflection point, cross border supply chain, and the demand is increasing and the supply chain is so, which was the year, what was your experience?
So I think it's interesting. So the demand has always existed, right? We guys did this when we just 17. Actually discussing this was the first time we did a move on this Sunday and that was for a specific reason. What has happened then was that the marketing is really algorithm and couple of other in Hong Kong has started. The market in UAE and in Saudi, and more UAE and in some other states, the Gulf states there. It's largely Indian diaspora. Right? So it was essentially the same consumer. And these were consumers who were consuming Indian brands. And while there was all kind of slightly stuff that existed and solutions existed for say for all of the known brand, it was really markets that had like, so the demand was I think what if you ask me when there has been a bit of an inflection point, I think this the second phase of the pandemic, right? I think that is when a couple of things happened. One of these, I think, genuine around the world, as well as the acceptance of our prediction. It's all being crossed the board. Okay, on the marketplaces is a movement. C2C, people willing to try out different things. And I think that's where the first sort of, I would say, spark of an inflection point. But if you ask me, going back, I've been part of the building delivery for 11 years now. The feeling I get on the global market, right? It's that we are today where we were publicly in well, so far really blessed in Mexico is concerned. And I say it from three different aspects. One is that we see demand itself, right? That is building up. Kawal sir mentioned during his discussion that there is now a
demand for the Indian sensibility, and that's really coming in. The second thing is basically, you know, the the entrepreneurial class that exists to actually meets that demand, right? Like this demand had come in 5 years back, we didn't have the brand, we don't
Yeah.
have the entrepreneurs. And I think the last thing which is actually lacking, and I'm from logistics, and I have to say this, that I don't think the logistics side has really caught up to what is required for global selling. I think as an industry, we are maybe a year behind where we should be, right? Um, and this always happens when you say demand and supply, the load is up, which makes sense for the unorganized to start investing, right? And demand what we buy. The difficulty with it is that unlike domestic, I think that it is much more, and so it's the magic you can walk over. That's it. Like customers are very important. Authenticity brands, the clear information adds a problem. That causes I think what CEO that next legislate whether it is what we will find is that just like in 2013, 14, that period, when the rest of the ecosystem sort of grew up in a sense, okay, and enabled people to not really have everything on their own, right? I think that is right? And it started. I think we are apologizing there in a half there. So I think that's how it's my what's your perspective from there and when it's up. It's here and you get seven times a night. You don't have the time, you say it's around wire, price water, don't buy it. What has been from there? Most of it. Right. No, very well said. It's a good demand and sort of the platform to serve a demand, logistics, it's still sort of a lot of has to be done that player in the cross border. Right, we have all these private carriers charges more than 5 grand, right? Also private shipments and the business disruptors we have started. And India focus on wonderful but they will also wait. Yeah, I'm just taking back to 20 years back when we were in the regions where we didn't go. It was not good for people who look at the fear of how it's not a high or it's not willing to see the security the better. And for the minimum commitment that's saving the other domestic plan. Because important totally similar account. But if you have to go and get out balance from this, so I think that's changing. I think and that's it. I mean, the players could have been more to that except for nothing. No, absolutely. Okay, when I was a kid, when we started, I mean, to build the cross border, first thing I took my hand is saying I need to solve the properly. And since 2012 to 2014, I worked with customs, DGFT, everybody, the sort of carriers. The CSP5 form was sort of, influenced by us. In fact, I could say in this newsroom was behind us. Here is the form, right? And sort of, let's say, please allow the shipment. We said 25,000 starts with 25,000 because the ASP is less than $30. Today, the form is 10 lakhs a single invoice you can ship your, e-commerce items. And that's, lies me to another interesting question is when we actually designed, we said, okay, limited categories, 25,000, so the government said, okay, otherwise the whole network of customs, right? Customs actually charges the money. It is 22,000 facility. Just charges, say, no, this is not way. But it started the limited categories. Now most of the categories open, and that's come to interesting question to Jayanti. You are into very, very interesting, D2C plan India, hemp and company, right? What do you see as the logistic challenges, and how did you overturn and sort of optimize it? It will be a great lesson because the reason I never quote this CSP5 example, please don't quote me anywhere, right? Because it's very close to me, and I have to correct here because there is another brand where liquids, exports, you would have heard a lot of carriers say, oh, we don't take liquids, we don't, it's inflammable and all those stuff. And so, Jayanti, we would love to hear from you. How do you solve that?
Thank you for using the word interesting brand. Yes. So I'm Jayanti Bhattacharya. I'm the co-founder of India Hemp & Co. I'd like to take you back to when we started in 2019, 3 months before the pandemic. And, we started saying, okay, we've got sustainable packaging, we've got this great brand, and we're going to disrupt the market. So all went well. We launched, and then we realized the pandemic happened. We said, okay, fine, we're going to be this pure D2C brand. And then we started using aggregators, right? And this is when there was not enough tech. So I remember sending shipments to Kerala, shipments to Jaipur. Things were just opened up. I don't know what people thought we were sending, because it was like India Hemp and Co. And everyone was like, wow, there's something exciting going out during this pandemic. So it was a huge, huge challenge for us because, the aggregators we worked with didn't take any responsibility for it. We lost a lot of money on shipments. But I think one of the biggest changes that happened because of the pandemic, like I just also said, was technology, right? It just moved by leaps and bounds. We were allowed to sort of track it. We knew where the delivery boys were. You had OTPs, which I still find very, very annoying. But, but we had a lot of technology that really did come to our aid. And again, if you look at it, we're almost 4 years now. And we only work with delivery because I think we've worked with different shipping companies and we realized that delivery does have its act together with one or two missing shipments. And so I just feel as also with smaller sellers, right? This has been a game changer for us because we finally, like small companies can actually use large institutionalized shipping companies as well. And if I were to say, with global, what worked for us was definitely Amazon because I think with B2B it's different, but it allowed us to test different markets and they've got their structure sorted. So it helped us with our HSN codes. It helped us get everything in order. And after that, it's easier to do direct, like retail or different stores. It's much easier to do it, but Amazon was a huge stepping stone for us.
Great. That moves to the next question, to Madhav, you. And home decor is always very closer to my heart. And I have to frame this question so that I, speak it rightly. So sustainability is a growing concern in various industry, right, including home decor. So can you share insight on how does incorporates the sustainability practice and how this aligns to the preference and expectations of environmental shift, right, especially in international markets?
Yeah, so we are an earth-friendly brand, right? And when we started off before the pandemic, our first sale in US happened 5 days before the national lockdown. And in 5 days, we had no clue what to do. One thing we was very clear that we had clearly defined our pillar of sustainability and eco-friendly. The opportunity what we combined for the economy. And within that, we were aware that in the US, which was the first to go to market, the consumer was aware and was concerned about what's happening to the planet in a very active manner. There was an era in 2020 when we launched that. In almost every industry was talking about being planet friendly. From Tesla to many more brands, we all know about it. We were shocked to learn that home decor was not doing much about it. Right? I was appalled to learn that cotton was a really, really harmful product for the planet. It's being sold under the guise of being natural, but being oil is natural. What we do to oil, or process oil, is what can harm to the planet. And cotton, for example, some data points if somebody cares to hear about. India is a farming country. We produce grain for the world, for example. But despite that, 50% of all chemical pesticides in India are used for cotton farming. One cotton bedsheet waste almost 10,000 people. Right? We're selling organic cotton as environment friendly, but actually is far more thirsty for authentic cotton. And sadly, the world is selling more organic cotton than the actual waste cotton we produce on a daily basis, on a yearly basis. So we don't touch cotton. Like that, you will find many pillars. The 4 key pillars are processing, our fulfillment journey, the pre-boot, and what consumer can be first. On the back of that, we're a zero plastic company, and I underline that we're not a net neutral company because that's again a questionable approach. Some industries need plastic For the packaging, like fruit, for example, you can't challenge that. We're a zero plastic company. We're almost a zero waste company. Textile produces immense volumes of consumer waste. We've been storing it a room almost 10 by 10, where we've been storing pre-consumer waste of factory waste. We manufacture ourselves, by the way, right? So for the last 3 years, and now that the waste is being utilized, create employment for women in a 5 km radius in the slums who can't step out and work. And the waste is being utilized to create beautiful looking, stunning Bamboo products, right? Where we train them, empower them, and make entrepreneurs out of them. So we are plastic, almost zero waste. We are GRS certified. It's a global recycle standard certification hard to get. We've got that passes. And additionally, material that we use, we ensure we've got very strict guidelines within that, and we ensure that we never compromise that. We believe our revenue could have been a few multiple higher if we had compromised ourselves and picked up cotton and sold on natural fabric, but we chose not to do so, and hopefully we pay off eventually.
Wonderful. Thanks for this. So moving, founders are here in Zulu to watch your you've been very interact with Zulu. Right. So if you can share some of your experiences and learning quickly, wonderful for it.
So, yeah, was right? Thank you. We've got a lot of learning. It's quite the course to understand custom compliance, regulatory compliances, etc. So it's a lot of learning, or you have to appoint a consultant to be expensive when you want to be careful with your cash flow. So then you decide to learn it, right? And then you learn like maybe 90% you get the 10%. Like we ship a batch out, and one of the learning was that up to 2,500 you can just ship it with your regular documentation. The moment it costs $2,500, there's a different set of compliance that now batch was that. Just or talking to other brands who've done this before, but it was hard to find other people to do this. Who've done this before for the video. Second, insurance compliance. Your insurance things fraud. But let's then something happens and then to this happens. Then you know, and again, like insurance will be everything, right? And then what is right now? I not just for shipment, but also the legal insurance. You need to have exactly like start cycle but that is the most for that. Call up our messaging. Everything changes. So our packaging for India is different from our packaging for US. So the early stage when we manufacture, actually do even manufacturing, we do small batches. We invest in the storage of our products, right? So that means just packaging. I don't know rocket habits, but at the end of the day, when you send a shipment out, which is and for us, actually, shipment with a big value, right? $75,000. Early stage brand that's a first shipment order. So we were all very excited and all of that. Except what happened? The shipment arrived and then there was damage. Because obviously you have to have fragile and you pay extra to have it sends us the job. Never it's good. But at the end of the day,
Last question I'll ask for Ajit because this is the questions throughout the day people have asked. In your experiences, people start with dropship from India, then transitioning to a local storage warehouse, right? So, what do you think, very quickly, in 30 seconds, what is the right transition time, or what's your experience of that?
No, I think there is no right one way at all. I think it depends on the product. It depends on who you are selling to and what is hence the right channel for you. Um, Amazon's been one of the channels that most people have adapted very easily. It's possibly the easiest to sell on, but there are a lot more out there. Okay, Etsy is another one which with certain kinds of products have done very well on. You have channels in Dubai, in the Middle East, again, and Southeast Asia, which are again pretty good. So I think, and this is what we think about when we are building the products, because we are in the phase of actually building the next product, takes into account all of these issues that you guys just mentioning, and creating solutions for that can simplify things, right? So I think the way we think about it is that we not wait for a single shipment or for we should try and build something where we have the entire options available. So
And then, this is so enriching. I wish we could have, do a episode on this, but with a limited time, it's a T20, era. So we'll end up this session. Please feel free to catch up in person if you have any questions. We'll skip the audience question for the workshop. Thanks a lot for everybody, for being insightful. You know, yes.
Party. So to come on stage and that feels. See, you're a big fan of internet too. Okay. Well, let me go to Chaitra, guys. Get up. Like I said, workout for the day is done. Give it for Jayanti, please, guys. Keep giving applause. I don't know what happened. Gauraji. And last but not least, for Manav. Guys, give it for a lovely panelist. What an insightful session. Guys, can you have a picture together? I just said, sorry. Topic है? Private. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Quickly moving on to the next panel of the evening. We're going to have a fireside chat now. Service, leaving. Good night, sir. Pleasure, pleasure. Moving on quickly to the next fireside chat. Oh, Rishmi, this is by Kshitij, right? Kshitij is doing the fireside chat. With only two. Only two of them. Only two. Where they're not. Without further ado, let me call the next fireside panel on the stage, right? A guy which makes everyone happy, right? A guy who feeds us well. A celebrity now because we've seen him on television so many times, right?
Please give it up for Mr. Vikas from Happy on stage. Absolutely. Joining him on stage, I don't have to introduce him at all. Right? If I ask the forum today, if I have to call someone Mr. D2C, right? Who would that be? Please give up Mr. Arjun Vaidya. अर्जुन के बाल सफेद नहीं हो रहे बिकॉज वो केयर करता है तो जैकेट ग्रे कलर की पहन के आए आज अर्जुन विकास द स्टेज इज ऑल योर्स
All right. So I have a flight at 10:45, and so hopefully I make it to the flight. But I'm so committed to being here that I'm risking not being able to make it in time and hearing a lot from my family. But I'm really excited to be with a very close friend of mine, Vikas Bhai. We have been friends for a long time, but we haven't had the good fortune of doing this kind of session together. All of you guys know his brand, Happino, and I wanted to share something I saw during Ganpati, right? So I think, like I started a brand in 2016, and we were dreaming that one day D2C brands would be mainstream, right? And then at Ganpati, I visited like 5, 6 Ganeshas. And in most of them, I saw next to the Ganesh, there is all this mithai, and all of that. And there was dry fruits in Happino packs where the people have kept the Happino pack. And that's a beautiful feeling to see really in that time and that situation, the brand has really become mainstream, right? So I have a few questions for you actually, and I have questions that I've spoken to other folks about as well. Look, these investors are really hard people to deal with, honestly. So ask these sort of random questions as well. So I'm assuming that when we went and pitched to investors as well, investors said, "Acha brand acha hai, sale ho raha hai," but it's a commodity product because. So how can a brand be built in something that's a commodity product? And sort of you probably faced this, you probably had this conversation, still maybe at some point had this one. So TVC founders when they go to investors, they get this, अरे marketplace brand है, अरे brand ही नहीं है with commodity product. So how does one as a founder really answer such a question?
Thanks, Arjun. I think this is being planned on the day. I'm in fact for the because I directly left the meetings because at this stage in the 0 to 1 training number feeling so I have no 18 months. So again 1 to 10 I don't have any commitments. So 10 to 100 also I did alone. So it's very of because when investors didn't have trust, we have trust in our mobility and we'll wait. So once the 100 crores we had done, to be honest, we was through moment was a big in the first side of employee like my that was good that if it keeps stronger, more refined. Now it's like, I can be sharing global investors also. Which was a hundred crore, I think had a lot of interest. Fortunate enough to be having to get investors on board, raised a decent amount of capital. And see, I personally think every product has a quality. You take a shampoo, you take a water bottle, you take a biscuit, even to someone else. You just have to, track your HP, track your brands, ensure that you provide value. If there's no value, the customer doesn't see value in what you're selling. It doesn't aspire such into your brand, then what you sell is not actually not. So I personally believe it's all about the brand choosing what you say and how you convince the customer to actually buy your product instead together. The advantage for us was and create a good market, fake market, market. But it's it's also I thought fake market, take more seriously on our own. Got it. And I think that journey led to sort of a large brand that's now mainstream. It's synonymous with the category, and uh, there are lots of conversations now about the buzzword omni-channel. Right in 2020, 21, everyone was like online only, online only. But now D2C Insider has organized omni-channel summit in Bombay as well, and everybody's thinking about offline and going into distribution.
I was a massive failure in offline at Dr. Reddy's. We only did online because we failed offline and I got scared to do it again, right? Offline and online, fortunately or unfortunately, has very different ways the business is built, different team, different credit cycles, different ways to assess the um, performance of your team, etc. All of that. You do both channels, right? And you're strong on both channels. So for an online brand going offline, some advice, some things that you guys did, and vice versa as well. How do the teams run differently? How do the business run differently? How do you think about it differently?
We started very small. We started for our first launch. We are just, thankful that platform Pitchathons and Amazon exist. That the brand can, like us, can actually exist and thrive. But the biggest motivation comes from killing the offense. We are all sort of phased out of those channels. And we are largely started speaking to friends. And last 3 4 years, with COVID, COVID was great later for pushing our income. But as we started taking off, the job of business came actually to the total people. And modern trade was actually, falling away due to course, circumstances, cash flow, currency, everything. Where e-commerce took a lot of share from the modern trade market. But the GDP unit was shine. Still, have that problem. In something large businesses. So that was the was shine. In fact, modern shine and sugar almost face the issue. But largely, it was actually everything. Still, we are only providing for things of the and I saw only Instagram. I thought this kind of we have opened our own. We are own 8,000 websites. And we also focus on selling a lot of products on marketplace. For us, every channel where a potential customer can come, give the chance to acquire a customer, we will be available there. So we are not very gung about only seeing on our website. Because it depends on certain category. We being a monthly basket product, we don't want to link it to our own website. We want there a public information on the every marketplace, where every market, every you it's an opportunity. So, actually, any Shatabdi you have, both the airlines. Another thing I wanted to talk to you about is marketing, right? I think brands have different stages, and at different stages, you can use different levers, right? So, obviously, Happily does some of the coolest marketing, whether it's IPL or it's brand ambassador or it's presence on Shark Tank, etc., all of that. But that's what you did at scale, right? Now, I always dreamt that I would have an IPL team with my logo, but my brand had not reached that scale that was relevant for me to be. So, can you walk us through at the various stages of your brand through the journey from 0 to 1 to 10, 10 to 100? What marketing levers you used, what worked, what didn't work, and sort of hindsight, how would you have looked at it had you done it from today? Yeah, correct, and easy. And it's similar. And today we are discussing about digital growth. Initially, in the first 100 crore revenue, we never aspired to any. Because it's easy to get a celebrity at paying like a 50 lakhs in crore. If you don't have a 5x ticket to actually amplify that project, there's no point to have to be celebrity. Just dive on what that means. I know what it means, but just for everyone to understand. Basically, achievement ki, like we have Kiara Advani that year support. We got a combo deal to take us right. We kind of inflated. We kind of manufactured it now. But you knew what it is. Kiara told me. Kiara told me. So, going back to it, I don't know which both of them from the exit got a hundred revenue. We had 100 crore. Medium or social media or the OTT channel production, where you can do targeted, segmented and all because of the advantage which we have today. But without that, without an aspiration to actually spend money after having them, we'll have no goodness. It's a family friend we know and we'll have carried that social media where you go. The customer will never know. So it is not for your personal gratification that you have a celebrity on board. It's about how you use them and amplify.
That's the whole mindset. We never want to take ambassador for that. All our country have their own celebrities come at a very economical cost to the.
Now you're saying that basically brands can take you as their brand ambassador. You're available at an economical cost.
I think Siddharth will look like, yeah, that better bets.
Okay, so I think an interesting point you made there on celebrity, right? I see a lot of early stage brands as well saying, I just need to get the celebrity and then my sales will increase. But really what I saw as well is that that person can be a catalyst. It cannot be the same.
Already, it is all about creating a perception. But the consumer will never buy a product just because you are an XYZ celebrity. The product has to have that power in the consumption or aspirations or face value or some kind of there. Just because you have a celebrity and you don't focus on product package, it's right. Basically, it's just coming plates. It's basically right now. You go to actual and when you are you go on the highly profitable and you're can 10, 20 crores PTL, that's where you have to get back. After you putting the celebrity, actually, sponsor that. Also, we have which makes great monkey. That's it. That's all we ready to actually we're actually now going to actually expanding to it.
I think a very important part of what you do and what you just said is product. Okay? Now, there are two types of products that you sell, if I am to just think about it. One is the standard sort of commodity. Already you didn't like it, already it's done. Huh?
buy some.
Very nice. So one is that, right? And then the other is the mixes you do, the flavor products you do, etc. all of them. As you think of your brand or as you thought of your brand, how do you think of this mix and how you want this mix to look? Because obviously, with the latter, there is more margin to play, but then you have to explain and educate customers on why they should consume it.
Yes, sir. We launched 2 years back. It's made. Well, I don't understand how people sell made it. So we have an extra problem. But right,
Customer consumer क्या है?
if you see cashews for that matter, food cashews in India. तो कैश में कोलेस्ट्रॉल है क्या? Similar to any
What do we do for education as happened? What education?
में थोड़ा सुनते नहीं वेल अच्छे कंज्यूमर बना के बोलते हैं बेटी को मतलब लिख के दो लिखिया में कौन सी वो तो शादी की बिना तो it's all for education with that. That's how you communicate the product. For us, we have decided that we change the product. When we take it to that we want to get the best part. But how to so that it's something more than it's what gone and still units and so you would have you have what I will see it's
Last question or after maybe we can open up to the audience as well to ask their questions. It's Global Selling Summit. We're talking about Indian brands going global. Uh, and it's something that everybody's talking about. We've had few success stories, but I think a long way for us to go in terms of our brand really sort of scaling global markets, right? So, two questions. One, what are you doing or how are you thinking about, let's say, your Middle East expansion because you talked about that? And second thing, what does a brand need to keep in mind? Like I know, for example, that when I think about brands going global, outside of yoga, Ayurveda, tea and spices, you have to have a world-class product. It has to be a market-beating product or a market-leading product. It has to have the quality that's required in that market or even higher in that quality to sort of offset the players in that market. So talk to us about really how Apollo is looking at going global and any insights you can share to all the founders here who really want to go global and take their brand.
Tell you how I know. I was actually a gourmet retailer before this. I had ran retail. I founded a retail chain called as Specialty School in Bangalore, like 15 stores in Apollo own and branches. And we are selling a lot of big products like very more more like products. So let's see. The concept, any international brand, they also got
Research are always empty points. So these are two practical what I realized. That was the impact when I, when in my retail place, I think somebody from India can create an international brand with that impact. They catching me, the quality, with the packaging, with the right treatment, and can work on the kitchen. Can actually look at it. That's the insight. Okay, look, create a brand. And I always, when I used to travel to Gulf and all to experience different brands, the respect given to Indian brands was different. They are always to prefer US and European brands, and they always they price US to Indian brands. Due to the pure perception, because maybe our kids are not going to. But it is our duty as a community sitting out here that we create great worker products without compromise on quality and deliver great packaging and take the message forward in terms of brand and the brand is what you can bring in the international store. It is very, very important for us to create that right benchmark and do the right things every day in, day out. And globally, I think we have the world to do. Next time we are security comes to India, hoping to do the route to communities, like these, hoping the next India, will be. So, so I think Vikas Bhai said it. The message is very clear. There is an opportunity, but with the opportunity, we need to be world class. We need to make world beating, high quality products that make Indian products not seem mediocre or lesser than US and European products. And I think we have brands doing it. And so the bar is high, but we are able to sort of reach that bar. And I think events like these and sort of conversations like these with so many folks in the audience, hopefully the next time we're here, many of you will be having this conversation with tons of other brands. So thank you so much, D2C Insider, for organizing this. Thank you for having us. I think Vikas Bhai and I are here if you have a few questions. Else, yeah, thank you so much for hosting us today. You guys. Guys, you have time for one question, right? And then we can offline. So one question from Abhishek Shah. He's not allowed. He's not allowed. He's one wanting to ask a question. I barred it. He's the insider. No, but what we learned today,
बादाम खिलाना तो करिश्मा कपूर ने सिखाया सर.
I actually didn't know that. I didn't know that. So the big learning.
No, but that's true, right? During our childhood bring up, we were told एग्जाम में अच्छे नंबर लाने हैं तो 5 बादाम रोज खाने हैं.
That I heard, but I didn't know Karishma Kapoor.
Okay, one question, guys, and it cannot be Abhishek. You said the bar word.
Yeah,
I think that's.
So thank you so much, guys, thank you so much, guys, for being here in this conversation. I will ask will be around.
Kshitij, space to pass on the goodie bags to our in panel here. Kshitij.
Photo clips. Give it up for Vikas Bhai and Arjun. We'll quickly move to our next panel. Very quickly. And we'll be discussing strategies and challenges of expanding e-commerce business globally. Please welcome on stage Dr. Shashank Sinha from Drew. Come on, yaar, Sun Energy. Ms. Neelan Tyagi from V Founder Circle. Ms. Nimisha Danda from D Moksha Homes. Sparky Sena from Wazir Advisor. And our moderator for this session will be Nasir Nazar, my friend from Safe. Please go up for the stand yourself. Sure, दे दो भाई.
Good evening. Good evening, everyone. I hope you all have the patience to have another panel discussion.
We have one more officer, don't worry.
Okay. So then two more then, yeah. So for those who don't know me, actually, my name is Nasif. I run a D2C brand called Femisif, which is in the female hygiene and wellness. So all these years, right, Indians have been aspiring global brands. I think the time has come for the world to aspire Indian brands. This is just the start of it, actually. So let's hear from our amazing panelist, actually. To start with, this is my question for Sashank. We all can agree that marketing is one of the core functions for all the D2C brands out there. There is no arguing in that. So what worked in one market might not work in another. So how do you tune your marketing and sales approach for different markets?
Good evening, all. I'm Dr. Sashang and representing Rules Pet Food Private Limited from India. And very proud to share that we are the only Indian made and making brand which is selling globally in more than 23 countries now, from the likes of New Zealand, Australia, Middle East, Southeast Asia, Indian subcontinent, and African markets as well. Hope to be in Europe very soon. Our first journey started with our baby steps with countries like Nepal and Sri Lanka, Bhutan, and Bangladesh. The biggest challenge was to differentiate Nepal from Indian market. So what you said, the marketing strategy, we thought very clearly that Nepal has to be treated not as an Indian market. A lot of people say what works in India can work in Nepal as well. So we started differentiating every country as a different state. Like for India also we work, the South works very different for a pet food market. Mumbai works very different. Similarly, Nepal and Sri Lanka was kept very separate as a different marketing strategy, understanding their consumer behavior. And in a pet care space where the country has a laddering actually. The best part is India is one of the toughest market to sell pet food. The market where pet food is sold expensive than a human food. So imagine where a customer is so value conscious and you ask him to buy 1,000 rupees kg for a food which will be a 3-time meal for a Labrador. So imagine when you're buying ITC atta for 430 rupees for 10 kgs, you're selling something which is 1,000 rupees for a 3 meal for a dog. So difficult market to crack India. Going abroad like Middle East, Europe, which is very evolved markets compared to pets. But only message was very clear: treat every country separately. Understand the evolution the pet industry has in their market. What are the influencers? Like India, still it's a very hardcore suggestive selling. So we have a huge number of celebrity endorsements, but they are just for eyeball catching. From Kareena Kapoor to Hrithik Roshan, everybody's there with rules now. But the major influencer is a veterinarian who recommends what a pet should have. Major a breeder is who decides what a pet should have when it goes to your home. So we work a lot of work with our micro influencers. So similarly, what works in Dubai, what works in Saudi will be different. So understanding each market separately, doing their SWOT analysis different is very critical to explore these markets independently. Be it Nepal as well.
Yeah, I think there are some changes happening in India now. People are not as price conscious they used to be. I have 2 cats at home. So my wife makes sure that our cats gets the best even if we compromise in our groceries. So things are changing now.
Things are changing a lot for pet industry now.
Yeah. Now my next question is to Neeraj. So you might have seen a bunch of your portfolio brands trying to make it global, right? So what are one of the common mistakes brand makes while trying to go global?
Well, this starts with the whole clarity about whether this is the right timing for your brand, your product, okay, in the journey that you are in. Sometimes it's very tempting when you see all around all the brands going abroad. People, a lot of people basically emphasize about going Middle East or Southeast Asia. So don't do it just because everybody else is doing. Okay, so one of the classical example is like one of our portfolio company called Rare Planet. They are a very big success in India. Okay, and every round, every investor meeting, all the investors were actually giving them gyan that you have such a product and such a branding that you should now try going abroad. And they were always resisting it, okay, for the right reasons now that we can reflect back after like 4 5 years of association with them. See, they were very clear that we have a huge market in India and we are still addressing to the same okay audience, the Indian diaspora which is living outside, and even foreigner, the dollar money sitting at the airports in India. So it's better to stick to our strength, okay, and still serve the same global client sitting in India rather than basically going and setting up shops in the foreign airports. And I think in the hindsight, when we see them, they have discovered that um, they are now 34 airports brand shops in India, one of the most I think lovable brands in India. And within the airports now they have actually like multiplied one brand into three different shops, three different categories. So they have started owning the medium itself rather than basically going abroad. So one is like understanding your own strength and okay, the very first beginning, whether you want to do it for the right reason, then do it. The other thing that we have learned with a lot of our founders is like who are made really big outside. See, when you go abroad, it's like starting from scratch. What worked for you in India may not be the right story. Okay, the same formula will apply in global. So my advice, and that is what we are doing for ourselves also. Like we invested in almost 100 companies now in India. For the first time, we're the only one who have a global fund. We can bring capital to any of these founders who are sitting here. You can raise capital from anywhere of the world. We can get you the money here. So we are taking this product now global. So what we have been giving gyan to others, we are actually following it ourselves. And that gyan is if you are going to a new market, whether it is within India or outside India, it's even more important. It has to be won by the founders. If you are in the perception that you can hire somebody like who's very well known in that market, somebody like who is very senior in that market, 15 years experience in B2C or D2C, in see any of these market, and you feel that okay, now we have hired some of the best talent and they will crack the market for you, it's not going to be the story. It's the founders who have to go and like find a new product market fit for themselves. So founder has to lead the new market. So I think if they are relying on somebody else, it's a big mistake. So these are two things that one is that do it only if you believe it. Don't do it into the temptation of that everybody else is doing. And second, it has to be won by founders.
I totally agree with second point. Actually, I've heard bunch of stories where consultants were hired to expand in new markets and it totally tanked.
See, I don't feel that there is a mistake or there is basically there is a problem that you should not say take advices and say hire agencies and all of that. Do not just rely on them. See, founder has to go there, spend some time. Okay, um, multiple times you have to go through that market. Okay, talk to the customers, talk to different agencies. You have to do all of that research yourself. And only when basically you feel that yes, I understand the market, I have a new basically it's like rebranding, relaunching the entire story once again.
Yeah, I spoke about cases where founders didn't put any effort to understand the market. They only relied on the third party to launch in a new market. Those are the cases.
See, that's a bad news for investors also. So we are very scary with that situation.
Thank you, Neeraj. My next question is to Nimisha. You have been selling your product in US market, right? I know a lot of brands aspire to sell in US market. It's not easy to ship individual orders to US market, right? So you have been doing it locally. You have been storing in the US market and US warehouses and fulfilling it from there. So what are the few challenges you faced, and what would be the advice you would like to give to brands who is aspiring to do the same in US market? Also, did you face any challenge while exporting your product to US?
Um, Thank you so much. I am Nimisha, co-founder Demoksha Homes. Before taking up that question, I just want to ask the audience, how many of you are actually, catering to cross-border audience over here? Okay. So that's great because all the points which I will discuss right now or share with you from my experience, I'm sure that will be very much relatable, and we can definitely connect on it later also because we are also learning. So we launched D Moksha Homes 3 years back in 2020. And when we had launched it, the vision was very simple that we wanted to build a global brand, a global earth friendly home decor brand, right? And Manav and I had no experience in export. We had never done export. We are not from the textile industry. And we had to learn the entire supply chain ourselves, right? And one of the striking things that we learned is that, the entire supply chain and logistics is very different when you're catering to an Indian consumer as an Indian brand vis-a-vis a Indian brand catering to cross-border consumers, right? And that is where a lot of learning came that when before you export, there are a lot of things that you have to be mindful about, right? So once your product market fit is there, the sheer points that you have to keep in mind first is the lead time. So the moment you decide to ship anything from India to the US, especially to the US market, the lead time is humongous. And that also has a business impact. So you have to be mindful that anything just to, convert your goods into sellable condition, right? It can take from 45 days to 60 days to even reach the US market. And then that has an impact on your planning cycle as well as your working capital cycle. And these aspects has a direct correlation on your business. So when we started planning and we wanted to start the business in the US market, we realized that these are the factors that we have to keep in mind. Another point which became like a pain area, which was stock out versus excess inventory, and that is where your warehousing will also come into picture, right? So we always had this discussion around stock out and excess inventory, and we realized that somewhere between the two, the larger devil is excess inventory because warehousing, there is so much crunch in space in the US for warehousing, so the cost is going up. There are a lot of policy changes which are happening. So, in order to ensure that you don't have excess inventory, it's okay to use flight shipments as well as sea shipment combination rather than relying only on sea shipment, right? So that is how you can manage efficiencies when you manage both flight as well as sea, so that you can cater to whatever is stocking out, right? But excess inventory is something that we have learned from our mistake that that's something that we really don't want. And none of the businesses should be in a position with excess inventory, right? Yeah. And another aspect, a lot of cross border sellers would also, relate to is that return management. So, as you must be aware that as per Indian law, right now we don't have any way to get the anything which is damaged, all your damaged or returned goods, you can't get it back to India. So that is again a very big pain area that we need to be mindful of and know how to manage that aspect, because again that is adding to our supply chain cost, right? And so what we had done initially when we had started our business, that we took a call of owning our own manufacturing setup. We did that because we realized that you need to be really agile and nimble in supply chain. And owning your own manufacturing setup really helped us to do that. Even if you're outsourcing and you don't own up your manufacturing setup, just get into those manufacturing terms with your vendors, your suppliers, because the marketing, the marketing conditions are completely different, these days. And if you have favorable terms, then it will just allow you to be much more nimble and agile.
Thank you, Nimisha, for the answer. And my next this thing is to Paki. So I can agree that most of us want to sell globally, right? We want to explore other markets. We want to explore European market. We want to explore the US market, Middle East. The problem is that different lands have different laws actually. So, like Chitra said in the previous panel, only when you try to do the business, you get to know that there is something wrong. In our case, actually, we sent 3 shipments to UAE. There was no problem. 4th shipment, we got to know that there are some extra documents needed because of the change in value. Like there are always problems. Unless you do, you won't know. So, what is your advice to all brands who's aspiring to go global in terms of regulatory and compliance?
Thank you for that. See, I believe that you know the D2C channel has only democratized how we are being able to get access to the global markets. Until now, it was something which was the legacy of the incumbents and the larger brands in India. I think all of this has triggered a play where now we have a ecosystem of enablers across technology, finance, marketplaces, logistics, who are enabling the advice and, of course, the nuancity of what is needed in each of these regions. I think it's very interesting. We heard even in the previous panel that in terms of the evolution, we are there where we're at a stage where we're now getting together and putting together advisory and consulting basis this whole opportunity that it's opening up for global markets. I think more important than that, it's important for brands to understand the market fit, whether the product is a market fit for it, whether you have a defined TG in the specific regions. Are you being able to understand those cohorts in an independent and defined and articulate that value proposition that you're offering to them? Further, from your grid of assortment, what are your heroes? How are you aligning that set to be available, and how are you going to ensure that they go out to each of the specific regions you're going to? And I think all of this, the entire ecosystem and the entire space is evolving to be able, like you have Amazon Global, which is helping you help test the waters, right? This and what is that stage? Is it the optimal journey where you align with a partner, a marketplace, or you whether have your own platform or your brand.com warehousing and logistics, whether you align with partners or you make sure that you invest in your own facility? I think the support, the advice is available, the enablers are available. It's the understanding and the make the granularity of building this model as you're going in. Of course, you have various compliances. You've had compliances over across product, across labeling, across financial diligences of remittance. Each of these change as you're in that journey. You have to understand what is relevant and what is important for you. And the most important thing is, as we've been hearing here itself, we have the entire enablers across each of these elements who are here to support us, and this will only go it will only evolve and get more and more granular. So this is the opportunity we all have here as the D2C community to tap into.
Are these options available to smaller brands also
In terms
of advice?
Of course, there. I mean, in terms of you trying to understand, what are their consultants, their partners in international markets, their enablers across logistics. They're all gearing up to make for global solutions. As they were working only the India market, they're also understanding that opportunity. So the opportunity is available in terms of you trying to understand whether you want to tap into that opportunity and if you have a distinct value proposition and a market fit product.
Thank you. Thank you all for sharing your wisdom. Thank you.
Start please from that side. Dr. Srinatha, guys. Please give it a Dr. Srinatha. Mr. Neeraj Tyagi.
Munisha from D2C Homes. Paki Sinha from Vadir Advisor. And last but not the least, my friend, who will do the heavy lifting and he's worried about it. Yeah. Please give us a Naseeb Nazar. 'Thank you very much. Yes, this has been. Yeah. Some. Moving to the final panel, we're going to be discussing the role of investments, funding, and financial strategies in scaling up a business globally. Please welcome on stage our final set of panelists, Vinayak from Bytespeed. Guys, please give it up. I would like to welcome back Akshay from Shiprocket. Sumer is not here. Mr. Sumer Verma. He's there. Please give it for Sumer sir, guys. You want money? He has a checkbook in his car right now. And last but not the least, our moderator for this panel, bashing the good-looking Mr. Ajay Rao from Amiza. अजय सर प्रॉब्लम एक ही हुई है सिर्फ लड़कों ने वो किया है
Well, good evening, everybody. There's good news and bad news. So I'll start with the bad news. We've had two casualties. Two of our esteemed panelists have dropped out or fallen off. And the good news is we'll be able to finish well in time. So, so I think we've got an outstanding audience. Most of the audience is standing outside. So,
Thank you.
so I think without much ado, I think I'm going to keep this as quick and as brief as possible. So we've got with us someone from the investment community, Samir here, Samir Verma. So Samir, I think the key thing now, I think, at least from whatever I've been looking at, right, there haven't been any global specific themes or global specific business, right? It's sort of, their businesses sort of evolved to becoming global at some point of time, right? So within sort of the cohorts that you've been looking at, within sort of the businesses you've been viewing, what is it that you sort of click on to see that, look, these are businesses that can really sort of succeed at a global level, right? Not just within their own market. What are those specific qualities or specific triggers that you think make a business successful globally? And how do you sort of, sort of hone in on these opportunities?
Thanks. I think Kanwal captured part of that, there are some products which are identified by origin with India, right? And there's a natural brand extension of India that happens. So take the case of, as you talking about wellness products, right? Okay, Ayurvedic products, etc. Take tea, for instance, Vadam, for instance, right? These are uh, these are brands which are actually riding on the origin factor of India, and so if it's a brand which is actually leveraging a natural brand like India, then yes, those I think have a global reach, right? So that's one. Um, the second would be where I think it's just a brand that's now going to cater to a Indian diaspora elsewhere, right? And there are some a lot of people have played around with, especially in the fashion space and that, right? The challenge with that obviously is that TAM doesn't scale that much, right? That's the other challenge.
True.
The third is really somebody actually building a truly iconic international brand from India elsewhere. I'm still searching.
You need to come.
Not loud enough. Yeah, close. Is this good? Okay. Sorry. You couldn't hear me before this, right? It's all right. Yeah, that's sorry. Okay. That's why I was saying that in terms of a truly iconic international brand out of India, built for the world, I'm still searching, right? In that sense, I still haven't found. I have come across some people who have built brands in, for the international market and to be built here, like an Shakti. But that requires you to be understanding the customer there, you know. So you need to understand the customer there. That leads to another challenge, of course. The VC here doesn't understand that customer there. So those businesses that are being built will find a challenge because the VCs don't understand that business, right? So, I think largely what we look out for are origin brands and brands that are just essentially going to diaspora. Of course, the rest of it falls after that, the unit economics and all that stuff comes after that.
Well, moving on to you, Akshay. So two things, right? I think one is from Shiprocket's perspective itself, right? I think you all have sort of now been building out this whole cross-border piece, right? So can you talk a little bit about certain partnerships that you've done with sort of global companies and how that is sort of helping brands from India scale globally and more importantly in a very cost-effective and sort of capital, with conserving capital, right? So you talk about that. And second is if you can also address the point of typically when brands go overseas, right? There are common mistakes that they make, right? Maybe if you can talk about the top three common errors that you see brands make. So maybe people in the audience can take that back with them.
Absolutely. Thank you, everyone, and thank you for the audience for still being here. I know it's pretty late in the evening. We started at 10:30 in the morning. Okay, thank you for all the YouTube audience then for being here. Maybe you're more in number than the people in this room. But again, this is a topic, like I said, I'm very passionate about. I'll stay here till 12 at night if I have to. When it comes to the logistics piece, right? So when we think about so Shiprocket is a platform at the end of the day. We're a tech platform, and yes, logistics is the space that we work in, but the way we work with brands is we want to create an entire suite of products because even for a brand, there's not always one clear logistics provider that's a choice. So I'll give you an example, right? If your ASP of your product is $50, you might want to use an express player who's going to charge you upwards of 1,000 rupees to deliver that product. It's a high ASP, customer satisfaction, delivery times are much more important because anxiety levels are high when a customer in the US or UK has paid that kind of money. Now, if it's a $10 ASP, you're not going to be able to afford an express solution. Most people then go to a postal solution. We at Shiprocket want to be able to provide the entire suite of solutions. It's express, it's what we call tracked, and then posted, right? And tracked is a solution we've built ourselves because 2 years ago there was a company called DHL e-commerce that used to function in India, provided a great solution, and we used to offer it on Shiprocket as a provider. They shut down in India, and suddenly you only had a 2,000, 1,500, 2,000 rupee express starting at half a kilo, or a postal solution starting at 200, 250 rupees for 50 grams. So we've built these lanes out internally at Shiprocket because we want to offer those options to the brand, and it's up to them on what they want to use. And what we find is most brands tend to use a mix of them. So we have priority, premium, economy, and if one would think that one brand would only use one solution all the time, it doesn't happen. Entrepreneurs are smart enough to know which solution, how much they want to spend to on which product. And I think that's important. It's important to understand for logistics, supply chain, what you want to spend, and then figure out the right partner to be able to do that. And the space has completely changed. I think today it's much easier to do this. If you went a year ago, you only had the express players and India Post. There was no other option. Today, there's almost 10 startups. Go outside, there are 5 startups that are presenting here with stalls, right? And we're all saying the same thing. So eventually, because the space is so exciting, it is evolving, you have those options as an entrepreneur to be able to choose the right logistics partner. Someone will offer you forward deployment with a warehouse in international geographies. And those are the partnerships that we've done. To your question, So we don't operate assets. We are not a logistics company, right? We've partnered with warehouse operators in the US, in the UK, in GCC area, based out of Dubai actually. We partnered with 3PL players, and we try to stitch this all together and to offer that bouquet of products. What this enables us to do is, from day one, we're able to offer a competitive solution. We don't have to wait for volumes to build up and then have a high price on day zero for the early adopters who come to you, and then have a cheap price later on as you scale. Partnerships are the way to go. We ensure that the tech SOPs are followed, our Shiprocket SOPs, because we are liable to the customer. Tomorrow, the customer is not going to call up my partner in the US and say, you screwed this up. They're going to call me. So I better have a clear answer and a clear resolution. And that way, partnerships have been critical to Shiprocket from the day we started, whether it was domestic or international. And we believe this is the only scalable model. I can't go to a customer and say, I'll only deliver US for you. I have to offer 220 countries, even though they're not 220 countries. Everybody says that it's countries and territories. I have to offer that because the express players are offering it. And that's why they're on my platform to be able to, for me to offer the same solution. So partnerships have been vital for us. Going back to the second part of your question, which was common mistakes that I've seen entrepreneurs make. I think the biggest mistake is, and our brands that come to us say we want to go global. And I say, global ka matlab kya hai, sir? What do you mean? Or ma'am, for that matter. What do you mean? And they don't think through the market or the product value proposition initially. Global for them is one country or one geography by itself, and it's not true. So a lot of time goes with the brand, and sometimes they wonder why we're deselling global selling to them, because we're not deselling it. We're telling you that it's one step at a time. You don't do everything on day zero. You learn to walk before you run. And I think a lot of entrepreneurs and brands sometimes go away thinking, यार इनकी शायद बस की बात नहीं इसलिए ये बोल रहे हैं, right? And the smart entrepreneurs who've always come have been clear that I want to sell, for example, in the US. Today, I have entrepreneurs who don't want to sell in the US first. They actually want to sell in the GCC because they come with a very clear vision that my product has better product market fit there, and I want to be able to sell there. And it's great. It's much easier to develop a strategy with them. I think the second most common mistake that entrepreneurs make is that they don't think through the marketing or the CAC of what it means to sell, for example, to a customer in the US. That CAC can blow you out. Someone says, I want to spend $10,000 on this experiment or pilot in the US. But I want to go live on Amazon. I also want to go build my Shopify website and do some experiments there. They blow through that $10,000 in a week and they say result nahi aaya. So I think it's very important to budget a serious amount of money. And by serious, I don't mean hundreds of thousands of dollars. Maybe it's 25,000, 30,000, 50,000. Choose one channel. Within the geography, also choose one channel, make it work well, figure out what your product market fit is before you suddenly write off. Because what happens is you be so aggressive and eventually you write off the entire country only. Okay, I don't have product market fit here. And the third thing I think is just patience. I think people expect things to happen overnight. This is a new market, new target consumer. What's worked for you here may not necessarily work for you there. Someone said very strong words in the morning saying they will not. I don't think it will not. A lot of times the playbook tends to be similar, but many times it's not. So you have to have patience there. It'll be several iterations of your playbook before you find that product market fit. And I can tell you as Shiprocket X as well, it has taken me several iterations to be able to build a product that works well in the US. We build a product that works well in the UK. And GCC I've just figured out. It's taken me 2 years to be able to do it. And I've made plenty of mistakes along the way. The playbook, it's not a simple playbook. You have to have patience because impatience just leads to money being, it's not an investment, then you're just burning capital.
Patience and money, I guess, right? So coming to you, Vinayak. So Lightspeed is known to being a marketing and SaaS retention platform, right? And you do operate in multiple geographies. So maybe if you can talk about how you leveraging, because obviously you generated insights across multiple geographies, right? So how are you leveraging some of those insights which you gained from international markets to helping people from India who want to sell there, and maybe vice versa? And maybe if you can also share one or two classic sort of use cases of how you've been able to sort of help brands sort of scale more efficiently.
Sure. I think so when it comes to the categories, so firstly, just for a little bit of context, we India is our primary market, like that's where most of our customers are. But we've always been like, we started on the Shopify platform, right? So we've always been global, and we work with about 2,000 odd brands globally. Some customers, at least in 50 odd countries, right? So we've gotten a good vantage point that way. But when it comes to the segment of Indian customers that are already global, that is still very small. And even we are learning and seeing, okay, what are the nuances when Indian brands start to sort of go online, go global. Um, but as you said, like some of what we've been able to help with is, let's say, just understanding that, okay, let's say Middle East as a market has been a very natural extension for a lot of brands. So when it comes to picking which market to go to, there are a lot of nuances which brands that are born in those regions just know, and by working with them, we sort of absorb some of those insights and are able to share that. So, for example, in Middle East, um, uh, most brands are very excited about it, but if you look at the demographics there, the population size is 1 by 100 or maybe even lesser. Like it's a 10 million population country. When most people say Middle East in India, they are mostly imagining UAE. Very few people are actually looking at Saudi or deeper GCC markets. It's mostly UAE, which is like a 10 million population. That's like 1 by 100 of India. So your average order values there are 3 to 5 times, like they're a lot higher. But does it then make sense for a brand that is, let's say, more mass? Like, will you actually get the scale you want from a new market if you spend the effort to like open it? Right. So then let's say a premium brand might say that, okay, I have like higher average order values. Here I have customers who can actually pay me a lot more. So let's look at this market now. Again, there are nuances there. Like you'll see in let's say UAE as a market, there are 3 or 4 main populations. Indian Pakistani population would be, let's say, at least 50-60%. Then there'll be the local Emirati population, which will be, let's say, about maybe 10%, 15%, not more than that. And then there'll be people from nearby Arabic countries. So you'll see 3 different types of brands being built to cater to all of those segments. Instead of let's say one brand catering to all 3. So then you need to decide that, okay, which of these segments am I actually going to cater to? Because if it's the actual top premium local native audience there, that's like they're like different types of brands that are already built for it. So so that then becomes important. What instead like we've seen sort of work better is, let's say, brands which have a more Indian origin, and they then sort of access the global Indian diaspora, right? So, for example, let's say sarees. So there's this brand called Sacred Weaves that works with us. They sell sarees, and they've done very well in markets like US, UK, Australia, because like there's enough Indian population there which you can sell to. So that's on the choice of market. Like it's very nuanced. Like I don't see enough brands sort of doing deep enough research there, and that's also because like there's lack of access. Then secondly, when it comes to actually reaching these markets, the customers there, I think what we've seen, it's very typical, but what we've seen to be helpful is partnering with local marketing agencies. Like they might not handle your entire budgets or everything, but using them more as editors. So there'll be some local design nuances, there'll be some local content nuances which are very hard to capture from here. So just localizing your marketing, like partnering with some of these local marketing agencies, has been helpful. Something we've been able to help with because we already work with customers there. We naturally work with marketing agencies, so that we can sort of help there. So that's been interesting. Secondly, when it comes to the channels, so as Akshay was also mentioning, the CAC is very high. Like AOVs are higher, which is why you'd go to these markets. But the CPMs there are actually going to be like at least 2, 3, 4 times higher, which makes it very front loaded as a marketing investment. So you'll need like bigger budgets. Even if the funnel works, you'll still need to invest more upfront. So that makes it harder. But the good part has been that there are still, because a lot of these markets are also earlier, like they are less bombarded with marketing communication. So let's say when we started, like WhatsApp as a channel in India was like very new. Now if you look at it, it's like you will have like an entire archive of WhatsApp chats from brands, right? So it's become very saturated that way. But if you go to, let's say, UAE as a market, suddenly you would see that, okay, 2-3 years back, WhatsApp as a channel, how it was working here in India, you apply those same tactics there, and it'll give you those same results. So that has been helpful, because these are not things which people there are already doing. So you can use these to get like your initial sort of distribution there. But yeah, those have been some of our very early learnings.
Thanks, Vinayak. Very, very useful. I think, considering the paucity of time, I'd like to just open it up. If anyone has a question, we'd be happy to take it. Otherwise, the drinks are we're standing between you and the bar, huh? Which I'm not having. Yes, we have one there at the back. Yes.
I'm Yasin, Islami Oils. We sell cold press cooking oils, and we also have an offline presence in the US. Products are completely catering to another diaspora at this point, right? So for the US, launching Shopify makes sense in the head because the income level of Indians in the US is much higher. What is your opinion of Indians in the UAE, GCC, Singapore, Malaysia region? Are they very price conscious? Is it as hard as selling in a tier two India city, or is it do they behave like the Indians in US and UK?
I think Indians behave the same everywhere.
I was about to say that.
You can take an Indian out of India, but you can't take the India out of India. But yeah.
But I'll take that answer for the GCC. I'm not very familiar with the Southeast Asian market, so I'm going to leave that. And I completely echo the sentiment that was said earlier. The GCC is not just UAE. It's like the biggest market in GCC is Saudi. About 50% of e-commerce happens there, and I've worked closely in Riyadh, so I can tell you that. Yes, the GCC as a market is it's very different, right? There are two tiers of the Indian diaspora there. There's an Indian diaspora that is very price conscious, which will still go to the Indian stores there and try to buy the Indian branded, the mass FMCG products. But there is a very strong demand for niche products as well. So I think GCC as a region, if you look at it, Bahrain, Qatar, Saudi, UAE is going to work for you. If you just, and rightly like someone said, if you just look at the UAE as a market, when you look at the investment that you have to make behind getting your product approved by the municipality in Dubai, and then looking at that market there, logistics costs, warehousing costs, it's better to be in a larger market like the US and UK. But when you think of the GCC as a region, it becomes very, very attractive.
Great. Any other questions or?
Ask the next question over drinks.
Got it. We followed our action. Great. Thank you.
These guys are here, right? And is Akshay staying here, I guess. So, right, if you want to have a after party, and he said he can speak on the topic till 12 at night.
Someone is very interesting for speaking to, and I'm not sure whether this is true or not. I'm going to try and figure out whether this is true. But someone told me that the global Indian diaspora, if you look at it, is probably as big as the domestic viable e-commerce market in India. And I don't know whether this is true or not. This is something I heard, and it just light bulbs went off in my head. I still have to verify this information. And if it's true, then the globe when you again yes the global Indian diaspora is many markets in terms of purchasing power, etc. If that compares to like tier one Indian e-commerce consumer, it's actually a great opportunity. And for my pitch to my customers, I have to verify this information, but it's something that if somebody knows, you should verify and see. And global selling is actually it's a very real opportunity.
I think the diaspora is around 30 million, and the internet first is around 50 million. So you're not too off. No, but I think the breakup of that 30 million, is a lot of migrant workers, so actually it's not that much. Sorry.
Thank you. Please give it up for the panel here, guys. I'll request Shruti to come and help us with the lifting. A token of appreciation I made, right? Give it up for Vinayak. Mr. Akshay Gulati. Sunether. And like I said, a dashing friend, Mr. Ajay Rao. Which
Thanks a lot, guys. You've been a lovely audience. Drinks. Thank you. No problem. No problem. No problem. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Drinks are open. Ajay will have a cold drink there. Ajay, sir, I'll make you drink today. Six brands present in front of about 25 investors, all relevant to the D2C ecosystem. Fantastic being here at the D2C event. Great crowd here, great brand, great makers, great partners, and fantastic food. Kinder is outdated because we got something special for you. It's called speed networking. Look at this. We have about 50 D2C entrepreneurs speed networking here and exchanging ideas, building relationships, and figuring out what's the good ideas to take from each other and what we can learn together. Seven. Seven. Was D2C Insider event, and the community is electrifying. I think there's strong movement here. We're in the heart of it. World takes notice. D2C Insider is here. A lot of people say Bangalore is all about tech, but we really saw the D2C buzz and the ecosystem we had. The best investors, the best enablers, the best founders. I think the great part about D2C Insider is that everyone feels safe as a community. You feel safe to share. I had more than 15 founders come to me and say, funny. I want to actually address some specific problems. The amazing collaboration that we have with things. The incredible crowd, the incredible energy. What love achieving having that is actually have the chapter. It was lovely and we had so many brilliant minds and very humbling as well. See, yes, they know every category is not new brand being not and having a legacy behind for consumers who have to enjoy and cherish. So all the best for all the founders